Welcome to the Off-Label Podcast. Welcome to the Off-Label Podcast, your twice weekly dose of sanity, insane world. We got some more shit for you tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Censorship industrial complex hearing. You remember the Hunter Biden laptop fiasco, how that was censored and everything like that? That gave rise to the Twitter files and everything like that. Well, everything that's come up about that, it seems it goes a lot deeper than we all actually thought, ladies and gentlemen. I want to bring this to your attention in its entirety so you all know what's happening here. Thomas Massie, one of my favorite congresspersons, is actually he's joining the call for treason. This one's going to be good. We got Michael Shellenbergerand Matt Taibbi back in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. 10 out of 10 would colonize. I'm rating her too. I understand the Europeans now. Call me a Death Star because I'm blowing up her peaceful rebellion tonight. Her ancestors are watching and they're not ready for what I'm about to do. Her tribe may be small, but she will carry a whole nation on her hips after I finish. She's a power I never knew I needed to attend. Will gladly introduce smallpox to stay the night. Pilgrims could never, but I absolutely will. I'm about to create a whole new mythology tonight. No communion, I'm diving in raw. No buffalo could compete with this beast. The land isn't the only thing being loud tonight. Tell.
The fuck is wrong with y'all? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another hearing. We're going to bring more here while I've got a new refresh on my schedule, especially with home and everything. We're going to start adding some things in. Once Davey gets situated with a new baby, we're bringing him back involved. There's going to be some more shit. We're going to start pushing, ladies and gentlemen. But here's the thing. I'm not going to let this kind of thing go. I cannot. You all have to understand at this point in time, you all have to understand what your fucking government has been saying and doing. All right. Now, here's it. This is going to be a long one. This really is, because they do take a little break in here, but not much of one. This comes from the Judiciary Committee, which is a big committee. There's a lot of people in it. A lot of dumbass motherfuckers in it. But this refers to the government censoring you as an American citizen. This also brings up Michael Shellenberger. This brings up Matt Taibbi. Once again, veterans of this whole judiciary, or this whole committee, as far as judiciary, veterans of this shit have come under fire from a lot of, I'm just going to go ahead and play those party lines, Democrats, as far as that goes. And here we are yet again. And I do want to stress it once again. Thomas Massie draws my call, or Thomas Massie joins my call. This is amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just go ahead and get into it. By the way, Rhoda Bennett, what's going on? Polar Bear, we got Greg McNeely in the house. Andrea Alvarez, Muffin Rando. The usual's going on here. Just being Rhonda's over here. She's over on the Rumble side. We got Jennifer on the Rumble side. Let's go again. By the way, I will say this. Just Rhonda here on YouTube. She's got an excellent episode coming out here. And with that episode, it is the best reading we have had so far. In this, you're actually, if you actually pay attention to it and you listen to it, in this, I pull out a personality within Jennifer's reading. You guys need to hear this. You guys need to understand. Rhonda, I will leave the editing to you as far as the breaks in between, but some of them are pretty good. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the Censorship Industrial Complex hearing. This was not too long ago. This was in 12/12. This was 2 days ago. Let's hear it up. Jennifer, thank you for the $1 dono for your panties in a towel. Oh, that was I couldn't help it. That was the best break.
Committee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on the Censorship Industrial Complex. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We appreciate everyone being here today for this important hearing. We'll start with opening statements. Chairs recognize what a difference a few years make. 4 years ago, President Trump was banned from all platforms, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Today, he has his own platform. He's back on all the others. And of course, he's president of the United States. 4 years ago, Democrat members of Congress sent a letter to telecommunication companies pressuring them to kick Fox and Newsmax off of a cable network. Today, both are still on. Both are doing fine. Fox has more viewers than MSNBC and CNN combined. 4 years ago, the White House was actively pressuring big tech to censor Americans. You don't have to take my word for it. Mark Zuckerberg wrote the committee a letter, told us it was going on. He said, the Biden administration pressured us to censor. We did it. We're sorry. We ain't going to do it anymore. Today, they've changed their policies, got rid of the independent fact checkers, and actually embraced the First Amendment. Imagine that. And maybe the best example of what they were doing happened on the third day of the administration. Example we've highlighted many times in this committee in the last Congress. Third day of the Biden administration, there was an email sent from Clark Humphrey to Twitter. Email said, wanted to flag the below tweet, and we hope you can get moving on the process for having it removed ASAP. Take down this tweet as soon as possible. And who was the tweet by? Who did the tweet? The guy who's going to be named Secretary of Health and Human Services here sometime this week, Robert F. Kennedy. who just happened to be the guy who was going to run against the very people trying to take down the tweet. What did the tweet say? Hank Aaron's tragic death is part of a wave of suspicious death among elderly closely following administration of the vaccine. He received the vaccine on January 5th to inspire other Black Americans to get the vaccine. There is not one thing in that 2-sentence tweet that's not true.
Nope.
Absolutely true. But the Biden administration was pressured to take it down.
Yep.
That's when the term, actually it's Mr. Shellenberger's term, the censorship industrial complex. That's what it is right there, front and center. And it's much broader than that. By the way, the guy who authored this tweet, who's going to be voted by the United States Senate to be the next Secretary of Health and Human Services, we had him as a witness in front of this committee 2 years ago. And when RFK Jr. came in to testify, Democrats made a motion to go to executive session.
Yep.
Executive session and kick everyone out.
Yep.
So that no one could hear what RFK Jr. was going to testify to
Havana.
in a hearing
Welcome.
on censorship. You can't make this stuff up. 2 years ago, we learned that 51 former intel officials lied to the country.
I'll
They said the
allow
Hunter
it.
Biden laptop story had all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. Today, all 51 of those people have lost their security clearance. A few years ago, GARM, the misnamed Global Alliance for Responsible Media, was coordinating an effort with major advertisers to limit ads on conservative platforms and websites. Today, GARM is out of business. Climate Action 100 a few years ago coordinated an effort of financial institutions to pressure companies to reduce oil and gas
What up, Glenn?
emissions and production. Today, Climate Action 100 out of business. A few years ago, the Stanford Internet Observatory was working. Today, they're out of business. INSAM was doing the same thing a few years ago. Today, they've stopped operation. What a difference a few years can make. And so much of this change started in October of 2022 when Elon Musk purchased Twitter. I think he said something like, I didn't spend $44 billion to buy Twitter. I spent $44 billion to save the First Amendment. And of course, that effort began with the Twitter files. And two of the Twitter files authors are with us today as witnesses. Matt Taibbi wrote the very first Twitter file, and I think 11 or 12 others.
Close.
Over the time that all that information was coming out. Mr. Shellenberger was also an author, and as I said earlier, he's the guy who coined the term, the censorship industrial complex. Big government working with big universities, working with other government agencies, the White House working in all this, pressuring big tech to censor Americans' speech. Both Democrats, both award-winning journalists, both Democrats at the time when they testified last Congress, both award-winning journalists, both testified multiple times in front of this committee last Congress.
What up,
What was
Daisy
their reward for
girl?
coming forward and defending the First Amendment? They were attacked. They were referred to in this committee as so-called journalists, even though they won all kinds of awards and are best-selling authors. They were asked to disclose their sources in a hearing by Democrats in front of this committee. And they were named personally in a letter by the FTC chair, Lena Khan, when Ms. Khan asked Elon Musk, who were the journalists you were talking to? And of course, maybe most importantly, we all remember that at the very moment Mr. Taibbi was testifying in front of this committee, the IRS was knocking on his door. Just one big coincidence. Very time he's talking to this committee, testifying in front of this committee, the IRS was knocking on his door. Ms. Subramanya was targeted for covering the trucker blockade in Canada.
Yep.
She also testified last year in front of this committee, and she warned us. She's ahead of her time. She warned us about what was coming in Europe and around the world with the censorship efforts we're seeing in other Western nations. One of the things she said when she testified almost 2 years ago, she said, what is under threat is a core value of Western civilization. Never forget that. Powerful statement, and that's what's at stake here. So I appreciate the work you've all done, what we've been able to uncover. Appreciate the work of the president and Mr. Musk and what he's started with the Twitter files, and then what we were able to do with all these other platforms and the dramatic change we have seen. But I am nervous about what's happening in Europe because the Digital Services Act they are using to pressure tech companies to censor globally, which impacts Americans as well. And this is something the committee is going to look into as we move forward. But I want to thank you all for being here today. And with that, I would recognize the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all of our witnesses today. The wrecking ball of right-wing authoritarianism is swinging right through Congress and coming directly at the freedoms of the press and the people right now. The self-appointed CEO of this operation is the unelected bureaucrat and aspiring techno-dictator Elon Musk, who Steve Bannon calls a truly evil individual, trying to create a techno state in which he's king and most of us are reduced to the status of serfs. Break things and break things fast, Steve Bannon says, is Musk's MO. De facto President Musk and his nocturnal Doge Muscovite Youth Brigade have now taken control of dozens of federal computer databases in order to dismantle entire federal agencies and programs that we in Congress created and funded with appropriations to keep our people safe and secure and healthy. Just this week, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the agency that lowered overdraft fees from $38 to $5 and cut credit card late fees from an average of $32 to $8 for American consumers, saving us billions of dollars. An agency that has actually stopped corporate ripoff artists from stealing $21 billion from us, got a stop work order from Elon Musk. The billionaire plutocrats want to dismantle the EPA, which protects our air and water, and the NIH, which promotes life-saving scientific and medical research. Yesterday, Donald Trump banned the Associated Press, a 179-year-old newspaper organization, from the White House because it declines to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. This is straight-up press censorship based on retaliatory viewpoint discrimination. Trump's DOD kicked out 8 news groups that...
Again, I want to bring up the fact that was a couple $1,000s just fucking wasted for them to bring up a picture of the Time magazine cover article, which he was referencing. Because if you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, you're too stupid without a visual reference of what they're talking about.
That had space in the Pentagon, but which asked skeptical questions of the new secretary, including the New York Times, NBC News, and the Washington Post, all ousted in favor of outlets willing to faithfully advance the party line of the state, like Breitbart and One American News Network. Mr. Chairman, I despair sometimes when I reflect how far this war on representative democracy and the rights of the press and the people has already gone and how far it might go. But then, Mr. Chairman, I confess I think about you. I think about you because you and I, a MAGA Republican, a conservative Republican,
the do-rag is off. It's the infection from the
a common commitment.
I'm sorry, that's loud in my head. The do-rag is off because the infection from the Pew for Clubmen implant that he got, yeah, it's a thing. The do-rag is off. So Raskin is going to be a bigger dick than he's ever been in his life, apparently, because nobody can make fun of the infection he had because he got a goddamn hair transplant. It wasn't cancer, motherfuckers.
To the First Amendment. This gives me hope. As you've put it, quote, the First Amendment is first for a reason. Without it, we cannot enjoy our other liberties. So I tell myself that if things got really bad here, if we began to look more like Orban's illiberal democracy in Hungary, or Putin's Russia, where journalists end up in prison for their writings, and young people are jailed for expressing anti-war sentiments, and opposition leaders like Alexei Navalny are poisoned and die mysteriously in jail, or Kim Jong-un's North Korea, or Xi's China, authoritarian dictatorships where all must worship the orders of the dear deified leader, I will call upon you as a colleague, Chairman Jordan, whom I have known to work seriously across the aisle sometimes, to come defend political freedom in America. These are dark times, but in the past, we've agreed strongly on the fundamental importance of free speech, free press, the right to assemble, the right to petition for redress of grievances, free exercise of religion, and no establishment of a state religion. I'm proud that you and I worked together to move the Press Act, which passed this committee unanimously and the House by voice vote last Congress, to protect reporters against compulsory disclosure of their sources and their notes. And you supported my resolution against blasphemy laws around the world used to torment Christians, Hindus, Muslims, and free thinkers everywhere.
Yeah, that's coming up.
We have clashed vigorously, and we no doubt will continue to do so through this very difficult period. But forgive me if I quote Abraham Lincoln, the great founder of your party, who said, "We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break the bonds of affection." I hope we can call on these bonds if Elon Musk or anyone else in the executive branch seeks to destroy our constitutional freedoms and the powers of Congress. Although this hearing has been arranged to belabor a rather tiresome point that has been made ad nauseum for the last several years, it actually gestures at an important issue, specifically whether social media platforms like Meta and X should be treated as common carriers and pushed to be open to all speakers and all content, regardless of how dangerous or extreme or false
He
it may
hasn't
be,
broken the
or
rules
whether
of
they
the
should be
committee.
seen as private speakers who have their own freedom to exclude any content that violates their own policies, the way that newspapers and TV stations do. It's a fascinating problem, but it's clear as a matter of law that there are private entities, that these are private entities and speakers who control their own speech, despite the fact that they are protected by Section 230, which immunizes them from liability for other people's defamation and fraud and other criminal and tortious communications posted on their platforms. The status of 230 is something we've discussed that we should seriously examine in a thoughtful way. Since the internet has clearly gotten off the ground and doesn't need this kind of subsidy anymore. But what I insist upon is that we be consistent in our treatment of the tech giants. You pushed them hard, Mr. Chairman, to remove objective fact-checking and to let all of the extreme right-wing forces get back on the internet. You pushed for an absolute and wide-open market in speech. But then you should push them equally hard not to censor dissenting viewpoints, whether they come from the anti-immigration wing of the MAGA movement, like Steve Bannon or Laura Loomer, who says she has been shadow banned on X by Elon Musk, or from the populist left, as when Musk purged his platform of journalists critical of him and other accounts critical of him back in 2022. Even one of your own witnesses today, Mr. Taibbi, was privately censored or de-amplified by Elon Musk, and I assume must walk on eggshells now in order not to get kicked off of that platform. But I'll be interested to hear what he says about it. If you use our congressional bully pulpit to stand up for the rights of extreme right-wing speakers on these private platforms, you should stand up for the rights of anti-Musk speakers to be on that platform too. But right now, the issue is this. We face a profound First Amendment crisis in the actions taken by this administration. One of my constituents who's serving in the armed forces, Mr. Chairman, alerted me this past Friday to book bans by the government at their kids' Department of Defense school, where they're closing the library for a week to complete a purge of books that appear to offend the new government orthodoxy against DEI and gender ideology. That's fine if you hate those ideologies, whatever you think they are, but this is naked content and viewpoint censorship of books. I hope you would join me in denouncing the purge of books, the stripping of books from the Department of Defense libraries or any other public library.
Motherfucker, you were involved in advocating for the fact of banning To Kill a Mockingbird because it was about slavery. And what was the other one? God damn it. Huckleberry Finn, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, because it said the N-word. Stop with the bullshit. Stop with the... You know what? I've been on it all day, ladies and gentlemen. I had a good reading with Rhonda. The committee hearing beforehand kind of played into that whole thing, but I had a good reading with that. I'm on one, but I've been drinking pretty much for a while. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back.
In America or for American citizens. When this father saw a school official removing not just books, but posters of Susan B. Anthony and Dr. King, my constituent asked why they left up the poster of Leonardo da Vinci, and he was told that's a real historical figure. More sweepingly, Trump and his FCC are using their powers to investigate, sue, and threaten news groups that dare to criticize the administration. Trump is suing CBS for $20 billion in damages because, check this out, he believes an interview with Kamala Harris produced too favorable an impression of her. So that means that I could sue Fox News because I think their interviews with Trump produce too favorable an impression of him. I mean, this is lunacy. And now, exploiting his asserted unitary executive powers, Trump is unleashing his sycophant FCC chairman Brendan Carr on every news group whose stories he doesn't approve of, actually threatening to pull the government broadcast licenses for ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS, and NPR. Nothing of a hostile nature, of course, has taken place against Fox News, which is now the de facto state-approved media, enjoys immunity from the repression visited on its liberal competitors. What is this, North Korea? It reminds me of the treatment of Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's former private lawyer, who worked for Trump for more than a decade and became deputy finance chairman of the RNC.
You mean the same motherfucker that lied under oath to Congress, was in prison for it, and then wound up in the Trump trial with Stormy Daniel, where he lied under oath in fucking court about lying under oath in fucking Congress? What are you talking about, sir?
He went to jail for Donald Trump for, among other things, lying to Congress and making unlawful corporate contributions in the Stormy Daniels cover-up affair. When Cohen was released from prison during COVID to home...
Hold up. Now, the way I presented that, which is actually factual 100% from the way he presented that, what is the fucking difference? He made him sound like a fucking victim in the goddamn case. When the son of a bitch lied on fucking stand about lying to Congress.
Home arrest and probation with an ankle bracelet. He was abruptly rearrested and taken back to prison when he refused to sign a statement saying he would not speak to the media or publish a book about Donald Trump. Everybody's got to hear this.
Yet the motherfucker's on TikTok and everybody's giving him money to put fucking turkeys on his head. That's where Michael Cohen stands today, ladies and gentlemen. He started a podcast where on TikTok, people fucking spend money to put a turkey on his fucking head, and he gets pissy about it.
He was thrown into solitary confinement where he remained until a United States District Court judge found this to be a clear First Amendment violation and an outrage and freed him immediately. What is
for
this?
lying under
Castro's
oath
Cuba?
because he wouldn't play your
Putin's
game?
Russia? The free speech violations taking place now against Department of Justice prosecutors and FBI agents are equally astounding. The First Amendment forbids reprisal and punishment against professional government employees for political reasons. Yet
Sorry,
Trump
it's
has
all
fired
real
and
time.
demoted
Can't do
dozens
it.
of federal prosecutors, many of whom he had appointed during his first administration simply for doing their jobs, including prosecuting January 6 violators. Trump's subordinates also asked for a roundup of information about more than 6,000 hardworking FBI agents who were assigned to work the January 6 probe, a dangerous, blatantly unconstitutional order which was enjoined by a U.S. District Court in a case brought by the Association of FBI Agents. The administration is attempting to do its work. I'm about to finish up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I see a lot of pages there. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I'm going to speak fast like you. Watch me do it. All right. Look, this
Dude,
is
you're gonna
happening
see-
in secret.
Raul, you made a great decision. You're going to see a lot of shit with us. You're going to hear a lot of average, everyday Americans who actually do pay attention, actually talking about the situation. You're not going to hear a lot of talking heads. We may have some talking heads on. We may have some people in the future that are bigger creators than us, that are more in the know than us. Some of the people that I give this information to, you may see this kind of this thing along the channel, but I would rather hear from you, brother. If you want to talk, if you want to be all lip in it, hit me up. Your voice at startmail.com. Let's get going. Eric with a K, what's up, brother? How you doing?
They're keeping the press, the Congress, and people in the dark. I know you feel strongly about government transparency, as you do about free speech. The administration's illegally fired 17 inspectors general, totally violating the statute, which says they've got to come to Congress first 30 days before they fire them and set forth the specific explanation for why that's happening. Now, finally, you and I are both fierce advocates for the First Amendment and government transparency. Both of us see in the First Amendment a right that protects everybody without regard to viewpoint, substance, or politics of the message. And if we stand up strong for the First Amendment, if we defend not just the speech we agree with, which is easy, but the speech we oppose, which is hard, then we will be constitutional patriots and we will protect a truly free society. When we together introduced our Free Flow of Information Act, you said all rights protected in the First Amendment need to be defended. We had real success. Let's work together again to end the attacks on news organizations, to demand transparency from the administration, and to allow every American to exercise his or her free speech without being intimidated,
what up,
harassed, or
redneck?
Prosecuted. Thank you, and I yield back.
Having fun on the Valentine's Day for those that have no Valentine's.
Mr. Matt Taibbi is a journalist, author, and founder.
We're up. Let me put this back up. We're up for the Valentine's Day. For those that have no Valentine's Day, taking care of it tomorrow because it's a Friday fucking night and you worked all day, or whatever your situation is, we are here bringing you content. We are here bringing you something to let you know and for you to hear your federal government, your elected representatives, and what they're actually saying, what they actually represent. Not just the clips, the entire goddamn thing tonight. We did another one with the first Doge hearing. We're doing this one. This one's long as shit. It is a judiciary. It's going to be. But let's roll.
Of Racket News. He reported on the original Twitter files in 2022, showing the federal government's pervasive involvement in the company's content moderation decisions. He is author and journalist who has earned the National Magazine Award for Commentary in 2008, the Izzy Award for Outstanding Independent Journalism in 2020, and he's authored 10 books, 4 of which were New York Times bestsellers. Mr. Taibbi testified twice last Congress before the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. We're glad to have you back. Mr. Michael Shellenberger also reported on the original Twitter files in 2022. More recently, he released the Twitter Files Brazil, which highlighted the Brazilian government's attempt to censor dissenting opinions on X. Mr. Shellenberger is the founder and president of Environmental Progress.
I'm sorry, you're older than me, but
research organization based in Berkeley, California. The best-selling author of San Francisco and Apocalypse Never, and was named a Time Magazine Hero of the Environment, and is a Green Book Award winner. Last Congress, he testified twice before our committee and before the House Foreign Affairs Committee on the Brazilian government's censorship efforts. Ms. Rupa Subramanya is a Canadian journalist for the Free Press who has written extensively about foreign censorship laws. Her testimony before the Select Subcommittee in November 2023 warned of the coming censorship legislation in Canada, Brazil, Ireland, France, and the EU. She has reported on the weaponization of foreign hate speech laws to target voices that dissent from liberal orthodoxy. Free Press founder Barry Weiss wrote that, quote, "If there's one theme that runs through Rupa's work, it is this: the urgent threat to our liberties by the combined power of government and big tech." And finally, Mr. Craig Aaron is the president and co-CEO of Free Press, not to be confused with the Free Press. Free Press Action, a nonprofit organization that advocates on media and technology policy. Prior to joining Free Press in 2004, he worked as an investigative reporter at Public Citizen and was the managing editor of In These Times, a bi-weekly political magazine. We welcome all our witnesses, thank them for appearing. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. You can be seated. Thank you. And again, thank you all for being here today. We really do appreciate the work you've done over so many years and now coming back in some cases for your third time in front of the committee. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. We will start with Ms. Subramania.
Thank you. What if I were to ask you, what are the most repressive governments around the world when it comes to freedom? Who suppresses freedom of speech and enterprise the most? You'd surely say North Korea, Iran, Russia. But what if I told you Germany should be on that list? Or for that matter, France? Or Canada,
100%.
where I'm from, should be on that list too. I'm not saying these countries are the same as the fear-based authoritarian societies of North Korea and Iran, not by a long shot. But I am suggesting that some of the free countries are not, in fact, living up to their promises of liberty, and that many allies of the US have gotten in the habit of using the government against political enemies or disfavored companies. In Scotland, hate crime legislation adopted last year criminalizes anything that stirs up hatred against an array of protected groups, including the disabled, the old, the LGBT community, and others. In Australia, the government started enacting hate crime laws just last week that impose jail sentences on those who display hateful symbols like swastikas. In Germany, authorities have ramped up their policing of online hate speech by arresting people who've made offensive posts and seizing their laptops and other devices. Last year, the German government...
Yes, but she is an Australian journalist that is displaced from the DEI kind of community within Australia. It's a fucked up situation. Subramania, she's a badass in a cape that nobody knows. I'm telling you.
Banned a far-right magazine for anti-human hate speech and agitation, and shut down a protest because the protesters were Irish and speaking Gaelic rather than English or German. In the UK, the police have taken to arresting people who post videos and social media accounts deemed offensive. They've been sent to jail for weeks and months at a time. As my colleague Maddie Kearns reported for the Free Press, British people have been arrested and convicted for antisocial behavior, such as praying silently near abortion clinics. The Orwellian Big Brother punishing you for expressing an impolitic thought is now the law of the land in the land of Orwell. In the European Union, the Digital Services Act bars the dissemination of any content deemed harmful or illegal, but doesn't provide much clarity about what that is. Right now, EU officials are going after Elon Musk, threatening his platform X with fines because he endorsed the AfD party in Germany. But make no mistake, a precedent is being set. In the future, other people with unpopular politics and agendas will be targeted. Back in Canada, Liberal Party leaders, including the lame duck Justin Trudeau, have come up with tons of terrible ideas that would regulate what you can say or do. As I reported for the Free Press, they want to push the limits of censorship. One proposal would fine you for saying good things about fossil fuels. Another proposal, arresting people for hate crimes that have yet to be committed. The ongoing political turmoil in Canada is the only reason these things have not yet happened. But understand this, there's nothing stopping the next Liberal government from moving forward and making these proposals the law. You may be thinking, well, that's a shame for the Australians or Canadians or Brits or whoever.
Welcome to my level, Jennifer.
This is the United States.
Not really, but
and we have a long storied tradition of
you're going to be
protecting
above
First
me.
Amendment rights. American courts have ruled time and again on the side of the protesters, the flag burners, the neo-Nazis. The assumption being that if the most offensive speech is protected, then all speech is protected. Until recently, as you're no doubt aware, it was the left in America that felt most passionately about defending those rights. Historically, the people who stood up for unpopular opinions were ACLU lawyers and academics. It was people on the right who were less enthusiastic about the full-throated exchange of ideas. Whatever the case, I'm a great admirer of Americans' affinity for free expression. And I cannot stress enough how unique this conversation is, the one that we're having right now. In no other country that I'm aware of do people argue with such passion for our right to say or protest or believe whatever we want. But I am worried because we live in an illiberal moment. This moment has been building for many years, and there's many forces behind, social, political, and economic. For one thing, the left has lost its passion for the First Amendment. Now, it's true that there are plenty of conservatives who would prefer that school libraries not include books about gender fluidity or critical race theory. There are others who've gone so far as to ban authors like Toni Morrison or Margaret Atwood. All that is wrong, but I'm less concerned about this trend than I am about the censorship that has happened under Joe Biden in partnership with.
Would you believe that's real? There are people who have horrible hair. Would you believe that's real?
Washington and much of corporate America, including banks and social media companies. This partnership affects far more people than a relatively small number of school boards canceling Ibrahim Kendi's How to Be an Anti-Racist. And it's harder to detect. When a school board removes a book from its shelves, there's usually a meeting and a public airing of opinions. But when Meta or the Bank of America decide that one of their users or account holders has voiced the wrong opinion, they can take action that the vast majority of us will never know about. They can suppress an algorithm, remove a book from the digital shelf, suspend a checking account.
See, here's the thing, Raul. I want to bring this up to you. Like in most people, you have a part in your hair frame. In your hair, there is some way, in shape or form, your hair will always lay. It doesn't matter. You can hold it up with hairspray, you can hold it up with gel, whatever you want to do. But your hair just normally flows. I'm sorry. That is her normal flow. And it is evident from the fact that there is a bald spot right on the top of her head. Because that bald spot is the dead area where they don't know what the fuck they're going to do. So they don't do shit. I'm sorry. It sounds fucked up for me to say, but if you know biology, you know hair growth, you know the parts and all that shit. That is literally everything it is. She has a bald spot simply because her hair doesn't know what the fuck to do in that area. It doesn't know where to lay.
Which raises a very frightening prospect. We do not even know that our freedom is being taken away. In case you think I'm overstating things, consider the relatively recent phenomena of debanking, which I've reported on for the Free Press, where big banks have quietly ended their relationship with customers who have unpopular opinions. Banks have targeted people on both sides of the aisle, from President Trump's most fervent supporters to Muslim Americans, among others.
That just changed y'all's
What's
view.
concerning isn't so much who has been wrong, but the creeping illiberal tide that has swept America over the last several years. The number of tech CEOs who attended President Trump's inauguration gives me hope. I'm told this signals the dawn of a new era in America, a return to first principles. Many of you may have misgivings about so many billionaires steering national policy, and for good reason. But if the billionaires coming around to President Trump means they're coming back to their Silicon Valley roots and their belief in an unfettered marketplace of ideas, if this means that the shadow bannings and mysterious manipulations on social media will stop, if this means that we can speak more freely now, then, well, that is a great thing. And that is the most important thing, because, as you know, all freedom stems from this freedom. I'll leave you with this thought.
You actually have a point. That could be the hairpiece right there in that line. That line you see, like that little bald spot is a natural part, but everything is missing behind that or in front of that. You know what I'm saying? You have a point, Cerilia. Nice catch. Nice catch with that. You're right. Either way, I mean, this woman is a badass when it comes to reporting, especially with Australia. I'm serious. And I'm not trying to play it up or anything like that. When it comes to Australian fucking news, Miss Subramania is one that I would just like. you're trying to tell me the truth. However you play it out, you're trying to tell me the truth. She is a badass when it comes to Australian fucking media, but she has to deal with our government as far as media is concerned, because CBS, MSNBC is, we all know how that plays out. We've seen USAID. This is why this shit is becoming more popular, because I can say that USAID paid our fucking mainstream media to spread propaganda. And it was done with our taxpayer dollars to say the government is great, lean this way because we want to go here. Instead of the people themselves disseminating all information that was given. Instead of that, they censored a whole bunch of shit. The fucking the COVID vaccines, Hunter Biden laptop, every goddamn a lot. There was censorship over the word fucking treason not too long ago. What was it? 4 or 5 fucking months ago? I couldn't even say the word treason in chat. That word was ripped down off YouTube live, paid, fucking, whether you did super chats, whether you typed in fucking live, you could see the live chat, but nobody else fucking could. They censored. Just Rhonda was censored. Ma'am, how many times were you fucking censored not too long ago just for saying some truthful fucking shit? You might have gotten a little bit spicy with it, but yeah, that shit was going on. It's still going on today on YouTube. We're gonna call it the fuck out. They do hit your actual fucking live chats. They do hit everything. They will rip comments down like it's nothing. You will see that there's 17 comments, but 2 people show. Wait a minute. There's a problem there, isn't there? Because a lot of the shit that I type goes way above and beyond what you would actually call censorship. When I say you have a defective meat suit processor, and I'm talking about your brain, not a lot of people understand that. But those kinds of comments would be ripped down off of a YouTube fucking comment section. And it's not the creator doing it. It's not a flag for the creator. It's a YouTube one. Because I have tested that shit with fucking bullshit, random accounts. I have tested that shit. I will type the exact same thing. That kind of shit, ripped down. Defective meat suit processor. I can get through sometimes not. Which means that is the creator. If it rips down 100% of the time, that is YouTube. There is your difference. Play around with that algorithm because it is fun. Defective meat suit processor. You're literally a brain in a walking fucking suit made of bone and skin. That's it. Your brain runs you. You are your brain. Everything else is just after the fucking fact. Defective meat suit processor. If your brain's fucked, there's your meat suit processor. It's all fucked. But anyway, we've gone way. I scrolled the fuck out hard, did I not? Anyway.
The city on a hill that is America, with its abiding faith in people's right to speak freely and think freely, is as important today as it has ever been. Maybe more. At a time when we're told over and over that we're suffering through late-stage capitalism or that Western liberal values are wrong-headed, I want to emphasize that there's nothing wrong-headed about standing up for the liberties that you, the Americans, have so valiantly defended for so long. Liberties that other peoples and governments are too cowardly to stand up for. In some places, this commitment to liberty ebbs and flows. It has more to do with prevailing opinion or what's trending. The great wisdom of America has been always to rise above this, to ignore whatever was in or out of fashion, and to commit with unwavering fervor to your first principles. principles that must be defended
Okay, I
now
know what he's
more than
talking
ever.
about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shellenberger, you recognize I let Ms. Supermanu go a little long, but I hope you'll stay a little closer to 5. That was the makeup for Mr. Raskin's statement, I think. Go right ahead.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting my testimony. Nearly 2 years ago, I
Shots
testified
fired.
and provided evidence to the subcommittee, to a sub.
See, that right there is what I would consider a low blow jab. In a situation like this, when you're kind of debating somebody, when you're kind of having a conversation, a low blow jab would be one of those, y'all feel this way. Every single one of you, like Trump supporters do this. That's that low blow jab. Because no matter what, anybody, no matter how you feel, no matter how you've interacted, no matter what you believe, because you voted for Trump over Kamala Harris, you're a Trumper. Okay. So, Trumpers, whoever voted for Trump, y'all did this. This is on you from here on out. It already started with the price of eggs. Y'all did this from here on out. This is on you. I guarantee you, this is the way it's going to go. That's your Democratic Congress. They ain't learned shit. They've lost, motherfuckers. Michael Shellenberger, Matt Taibbi are fucking registered Democrats. Vote Democrat more than fucking not. It's been proven in their goddamn records for everything. If you've ever gone through these hearings, they pointed it out multiple fucking times. They are Democrats. Sitting here ringing the fucking alarm about how you've been censored about shit that we should have known about. They're veterans to this shit. I'm fucking around right now, but it's a long one, but I'm gonna play it out for a minute because this shit is great. I heard the first 2.5 hours myself, and then I cut out after that, but
Committee of this committee about the existence of a censorship industrial complex, a network of government agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, government contractors, including the Stanford Internet Observatory, and big tech social media platforms that conspire to censor ordinary Americans and elected officials alike for holding disfavored views. Today, the censorship industrial complex is on the defensive. On January 20th, 2025, just hours after his inauguration, President Donald Trump signed an executive order on restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship. 1 week earlier, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced, we're going to dramatically reduce the amount of censorship on our platform. Zuckerberg announced that he and Meta would follow the lead of Elon Musk at X and create crowdsourced fact-checking known as community notes to replace much of the fact-checking the company had outsourced to others. And thanks in large measure to the work of this committee's subcommittee on the weaponization of government last year, as well as to the investigative reporting by those of us here today, we were able to shine sunlight on some of the worst actors in the censorship industrial complex, such as the Stanford Internet Observatory, which I singled out in my testimony 2 years ago. In June of last year, the observatory shut down in response to our collective exposés. Unfortunately, the censorship industrial complex remains almost entirely intact. In Europe, Australia, Britain, Brazil, and other nations in the West continue to seek new forms of censorship and information control, including digital identification tied to social media. My colleagues and I are over 2 years into our research characterizing the censorship industrial complex, and we continue to discover whole new institutions involved in censorship. The latest is the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID. Last October, we published a report that noted that USAID had funded the creation of a censorship industrial complex in Brazil, complete with third-party fact-checkers, committees of experts in charge of deciding for the entire society what the truth is on any given issue. And after I published the Twitter Files Brazil last spring, the Attorney General of Brazil opened a formal criminal investigation of me, which is still ongoing. In 2021, USAID even published a so-called disinformation.
that is actually fucked up. Glenn voted 3 times, went to one rally, and got arrested by the feds. That's fucked up.
Primer that called for advertiser outreach to disrupt the funding and financial incentive to disinform. Such advertiser outreach was precisely the advertiser boycott strategy used by groups with ties to the U.S. intelligence community. Those groups with uncritical support and amplification from the news media were able to use the strategy to successfully get Facebook and Twitter to censor more content. And the European Commission appears intent upon using its powers granted to it through the Digital Services Act to demand that X, Facebook, and other platforms censor speech. The Commission last year threatened to fine X up to 6% of its annual global revenue for failing to crack down on so-called false information and not handing over its data to small committees of experts chosen by the Commission to decide what is true and false. To be sure, the momentum is with us, the free speech advocates. We've won a number of important battles.
Good night, Andrea. Happy Valentine's Day to you as well. And I hope we see you around here. Maybe you as well might have the courage to stand up and tell us how you feel at some point in time. Looking forward to it, man.
Battles over the last 2 years. But it's also clear that many governing and media elites worldwide view expanding censorship of online platforms as a must-have, not a nice-to-have feature of global governance. The head of NATO, NATO-backed think tanks, the European Commission, former President Barack Obama, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, Bill Gates, the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, influential think tanks at Harvard and Stanford,
100%, absolutely.
elements of the DoD, the CIA, the FBI,
Yes,
the
I
National
am.
Science Foundation, the Department of Homeland Security, and many others have all called for government censorship of so-called misinformation in recent years. And it's not just censorship that's the problem. The problem is that deep state agencies within the U.S. government have for 2 decades sought to gain control over the production of news and other information around the world as part of ongoing covert and overt influence operations, and that after 2016, multiple actors and several deep state U.S. government agencies turned the tools of counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, and counterpopulism against the American people.
Did y'all hear that? While he was giving that speech right there at the end, you hit that. It was a female clearing your throat kind of situation. I can tell you who that is. Shit's about to get real.
I strongly urge Congress to defund the censorship industrial complex and seek a proper accounting of the various efforts to fund it, including secretly through pass-through organizations and shell organizations like the ones employed by USAID to fund groups like OCCCRP and hide U.S. government funding and control. I further urge Congress to seek other ways to reduce the exposure of American social media users and companies to the threat of censorship from Europe, Britain, Brazil,
I don't
and other
think you have
nations.
3 days
We
to
should
watch
respect
that.
national sovereignty, but Vice President Vance makes a good point when
You want to play it again? Okay. If I go back too fast, that'll be a thing. Let's see.
elements of the DoD, the CIA, the FBI, the National Science Foundation, the Department of Homeland Security, and many others have all called for government censorship of so-called misinformation in recent years. And it's not just censorship that's the problem. The problem is that deep state agencies within the U.S. government
It's not just censorship. Play it back.
all called for government censorship of so-called misinformation in recent years. And it's not just censorship that's the problem. The problem is that deep state agencies within the U.S.
You heard it, right? It is the perfect time to bring this up, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Netflix adaptation of Richard Mole from Night Court. literally saying she will work with anybody that wants to shut you the fuck up.
Look, let me tell you something. I'll take a bit of umbrage here. I'll speak on behalf of my colleagues. I think I can say we are all willing to work with anyone who's serious about doing the work of censoring the American people and advancing progress.
I'm sorry. Ma'am. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave all the ad hominem attacks out of that shit and tell you to go fuck yourself 100%. You want to shut me the fuck up? Bitch, you best kill me. You are a representative of my fucking federal government telling me that you should be able to shut me up at any time you ever fucking feel like just because you're a tall black woman? Pry it from my cold, dead fucking hands. I wanted y'all to hear that. That was Representative Ayanna Pressley is saying that she's willing to work with any single fucking person that wants to shut you up. Perfect fucking timing for that clip.
The U.S. government have for 2 decades sought to gain control over the production of news and other information around the world as part of ongoing covert.
Let me find it. It makes it even fucking worse, but okay.
And overt influence operations, and that after 2016, multiple actors and several deep state U.S. government agencies turned the tools of counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, and counterpopulism against the American people. I strongly urge Congress to defund the censorship industrial complex and seek a proper accounting of the various efforts to fund it, including secretly through pass-through organizations and shell organizations like the ones employed by USAID to fund groups like OCCCRP and hide U.S. government funding and control. I further urge Congress to seek other ways to reduce the exposure of American social media users and companies to the threat of censorship from Europe, Britain, Brazil, and other nations. We should respect national sovereignty, but Vice President Vance makes a good point when he asks why Americans should be spending our wealth and putting our lives on the line for Western European NATO members who are actively demanding censorship by American companies of our speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Taibbi, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
Hit your microphone. Hit your microphone there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it on? 2 years ago, when Michael and I first testified before your Weaponization of Government Subcommittee, Democratic members called us so-called journalists, suggested we were bought-off scribes, and questioned our ethics and our loyalties. When we tried to answer, we were told to shut up, take off our tinfoil hats, and remember 2 things. 1, there is no digital censorship, and 2, if there is digital censorship, it's for our own good. I was shocked. I thought the whole thing had to be a mistake. There was no way the party that I gave votes to my whole life was now pro-censorship. Then last year, I listened to John Kerry, whom I voted for, talk to the World Economic Forum. Speaking about disinformation, he said, quote, "Our First Amendment stands as a major block to our ability to, quote, hammer it out of existence." He complained that it's really hard to govern because people self-select where they go for their news, which makes it, quote, much harder to build consensus. Now, I defended John Kerry when people said he looks French, but Marie Antoinette would have been embarrassed by this speech. He was essentially complaining that the peasants are self-selecting their own sources of media. What's next, letting them make up their own minds? Lastly, building consensus may be a politician's job, but it's not mine as a citizen or as a journalist. In fact, Making it hard to govern is exactly the media's job. The failure to understand this is why we have a censorship problem. This is an Alamo moment for the First Amendment. Most of America's closest allies, as both Rupa and Michael have pointed out, have already adopted draconian speech laws. We are surrounded. The EU's new Digital Services Act is the most comprehensive censorship law ever instituted in a Western democratic society. Ranking Member Raskin, you don't have to go as far as Russia or China to find people jailed for speech. Our allies in England now have an online safety act which empowers the government to jail people for nebulous offenses like false communication or causing psychological harm. Germany, France, Australia, Canada, and other nations have implemented similar ideas. These laws are totally incompatible with our system. Some of our own citizens have been harassed or even arrested in some of these countries, but our government has not stood up for them. Why? Because many of our bureaucrats believe in these laws. Take USAID. Many Americans are now in an uproar because they learned about over $400 million going to an organization called Internews, whose chief, Jeannie Bourgeot.
I want y'all to understand why I'm searching so fucking hard with this, because what he was wanting to bring up 1 minute before, 1 minute after, I'm actually trying to catch the entire fucking thing. So give me a second. While this is going on, I will bring up actual C-SPAN footage, because I do want to bring it to this. It shows C-SPAN. I'm going to bring it the fuck up, because it makes it even fucking worse. You want to go with the 1 minute fucking speech? Let's do this. You want to go with 1 minute?
We are all willing to work with anyone who's serious about doing the work of censoring the American people and advancing progress.
That was the Democrat representative from the state of Massachusetts and member of the squad.
This dude, Team FU Joe, he's not aligned by anybody. He will go after everybody. That is the older millennial. He calls it out the way he sees it, 100%, and he's usually fucking accurate. He's a big TikTok creator. He will fuck you up if you do this kind of shit. But
Squad, Ayanna Pressley. And yeah, you heard her correctly. She is willing to work with anyone who wants to advance the cause of censoring the American people in the name of advancing progress. I'm not putting words in her mouth. That's exactly what she said. And the weird thing is, if you try to look up that statement on mainstream media, you won't find it on CNN. You won't find it on MSNBC. You won't find it on PBS, CBS. Fuck, you won't even find it on Fox News. Just mainstream media is pretending she didn't say that. They're just acting like it didn't happen. But thankfully, the internet is forever. Thank you so much, Representative Pressley, for saying the quiet part out loud.
that's what I'm trying to actually find. Gotta go digging. And that's why. Just like, y'all remember the Waukesha incident where the dude ran through the fucking crowd? Supposedly, the SUV killed people. Never mind, it was a black dude who was just like, kill all fucking whiteys. Never mind that shit, right? No. It's the same situation. She is a member of the fucking squad. Anything that she says that's going to go against the issue in any way, because she is the DE. She's the Netflix fucking version of Richard Mole from Night Court. And I swear to God, I'm going to prove it to you. Let's do this. Sure, this tab is set. Richard, I messed up. Richard Mole. Images. Let's bring this up. download this. We'll bring that up. Just share this tab. Images. Bring this up. Okay. Let me get rid of that so I can bring it here. Ayanna Pressley. That's the bitch that just said she should be able to shut you up whenever the fuck she feels like. That's that bitch. Richard Mull from Night Court. Ayanna Pressley. Richard Mull from Night Court. Netflix adaptation. I'm sorry. I said it. I don't give a fuck. You go fuck yourself.
Boasted to Congress about training hundreds of thousands of people in journalism, but her views are almost identical to Kerry's. She gave a talk once about building trust and combating misinformation in India during the pandemic. She said that after months of a really beautifully unified COVID-19 message, vaccine enthusiasm rose to 87%. But when, quote, mixed information on vaccine efficacy got out, hesitancy ensued. We're paying this person to train journalists, and she doesn't know that the press does not exist to promote unity or political goals like vaccine enthusiasm. That's propaganda.
I do want to
not
point out how Matt Taibbi looks like a
Bourgeois
thumb.
also once said that to fight bad content, we need to work really hard on exclusion lists or inclusion lists, and, quote, really need to focus our ad dollars toward what she called the good news. Again, if you don't know, the fastest way to erode trust in media is by having government sponsor exclusion lists. You shouldn't be getting $1 in taxpayer.
Jennifer, thank you for the window of the donor. I can't believe you just night courted us. I see the comparison. I'm saying it. Dude, you have no idea how fucked up Mr. Magaziner. He is a goddamn congressman. Looks like Pee Wee Herman in his younger goddamn days. I'm telling you, it's fucking uncanny. The Sawtooth, I call her Sawtooth, Ledger Fernandez, because her teeth is all jacked up and she has to talk like this while she's in these committee hearings and she's in House of Rules where you can just literally for 20 fucking minutes straight, you can just hear this shit going. Oh my God. This is my pain, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I do. This is what I hear. I hear it straight from the horse's goddamn mouth from our own motherfucking federal government. I'm telling you. I can point out the only ones that are working for you. Everybody else, because we're on YouTube, they can be decorations.
Money, let alone 476 million of it. And USAID is just a tiny piece of the censorship machine Michael and I saw across that long list of agencies. Collectively, they've bought up every part of the news production line: sources, think tanks, research, fact-checking, anti-disinformation, commercial media scoring, and when all else fails, straight up censorship. It is a giant closed messaging loop whose purpose is to transform the free press into exactly that consensus machine. There is no way to remove this rot surgically. The whole
Throw up the link,
mechanism has
brother.
to go. Is there right-wing misinformation?
Or
Hell
most of
yes.
shit.
It exists in every direction. But I grew up a Democrat and don't remember being afraid of it. At the time, we figured we didn't need censorship because we thought we had the better argument. Obviously, many of you lack.
We're
the
going to
same
hear a little
confidence.
bit of
You
a
took
sound here.
billions of
Hold on.
dollars from taxpayers and you blew it on programs whose entire purpose was to tell them they're wrong about things they can see with their own eyes. You sold us out. And until these rather tiresome questions.
Talking about Pee Wee Herman. You're going to make me bring it the fuck up. Mike, you're going to make me bring it the fuck up. All right. Let me hunt that shit down before we even get started with this. I'm going to let it play. Let me hunt this down. Let me set this the fuck up because you will understand exactly what the fuck I'm talking about with this.
Questions are answered. This problem is not fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taibbi. Mr. Aaron, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to testify today. To my understanding, this hearing is motivated by concerns over free speech, censorship, government interference with private companies, and the influence of billionaires who control our media system. And I share these concerns. I worry about government censorship, which is what the First Amendment protects us against. I worry about collusion between government officials.
We're going to hear you out here in a second, but uncanny fucking valley kind of shit. Not to mention maybe a robot kind of situation, or maybe somebody's fucking son. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I swear to God. This is Seth Magaziner. He is a representative within Congress, within the House of Representatives. Seth Magaziner. Right? Y'all got that? Paul Rubens.
Heard any good jokes lately? What was that one? Oh.
This is Seth Magaziner. Paul Rubens. Is that somebody's fucking child? There are way too many of those fucking coincidences. I swear to God.
And powerful tech executives. I worry about algorithmic discrimination used to push partisan agendas or spread hate. I worry about independent journalists and whistleblowers being attacked, harassed, doxxed, or muzzled for asking hard questions or simply reporting
That's
facts.
what grew from the theater.
And I think we should all be worried right now because we are facing a true free speech emergency. Elon Musk, the owner of X and one of the richest men in the world, is now embedded inside the federal government, unelected and apparently unaccountable to anyone. He's a special government employee with all the privileges of a high-ranking official, but no regard for transparency or the laws of this Congress. Musk also has shocking conflicts of interest and a giant social media megaphone that he uses to threaten and retaliate against his critics. With his power to distort narratives and spread falsehoods, he's fueling a constitutional crisis.
Hit that shit up, guys.
Inside the government, Musk is attempting to tear down vital institutions, sabotage essential programs, carry out personal vendettas, and terrify civil servants. He sent a gang of hackers to breach core government systems, giving him unfettered and unprecedented access to our most sensitive information. Yet members of this committee tasked with oversight have been blocked from even entering federal government buildings to investigate. Journalists trying to tell the public about the so-called Department of Government Efficiency are being harassed at Musk's instigation or threatened with prosecution by the U.S. attorney. These government employees are actively trying to suppress speech about government activities. This is a free speech emergency, and it's not the only one. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, wants to revoke broadcast licenses because he doesn't like the viewpoints he sees on TV. That's censorship. The FCC has also threatened news organizations over editorial decision-making, reporting on law enforcement, and basic fact-checking.
I'm drunk.
The FCC is now threatening to block a merger sought by CBS at the same time that
Throughout the entire reading we were doing, Jennifer, I was drinking the entire time. I'm drunk. I had 2 before. I had 2 while. And I'm gonna hit like my second one this one now. So yeah. I'm feeling it. I'm not really drunk, but I'm feeling it enough to just be loose with everything that I say, which is why I drew out what I did from you. I'm just saying.
That President Trump is suing the company for $20 billion because he didn't like how 60 Minutes edited an interview with the former vice president.
Sorry again, if y'all don't know, Just Run is gonna have an episode come out with the best reading we've ever fucking done with that shit, and that was amazing. That shit was great. Y'all need to hit up Just Ronda's channel and check that out, because we're reading court transcripts on some fucked up cases and everything that are just like literally malpractice and all types of shit. But yeah, that one is incredibly fucked the way we're going through this now, and it's great. Y'all need to hit that shit up. Just Rhonda, hit up your channel and everything like that. K-Bean, how y'all doing?
Media and tech companies, Disney, ABC, Meta, maybe now CBS, are paying tens of millions of dollars to settle specious lawsuits. They appear to be paying off the president to shield themselves from reprisal or to gain regulatory favors. Social media companies, too, are making drastic changes to content in response to the new administration. Meta, for example, went from promising to step away from politics to actively pushing the president's agenda after Mr. Trump threatened Mark Zuckerberg with life in prison. If you were concerned about low-level officials sending emails to social media
turn down the bit rate in the video, KB.
then you should actually be worried when all the billionaire owners of these companies line up on the dais at the president's inauguration, clutching million-dollar checks to show their loyalty. The Trump administration is using the power of the government to shake down the media and quash dissent. This country was founded on the premise that our public sphere and our free press should be protected against government manipulation or retribution, including from the president or from special government employees. I'm a former journalist. I'm sitting here on a panel with journalists, and I may not agree with them, but I will defend their right to speak and write without fear of intimidation and harassment by government officials, without fear of unlawful government surveillance for simply speaking to their sources, without fear of unconstitutional retaliation. I hope we can agree on that. I hope we can set aside our differences and speak out against true government censorship, no matter who is in power. Free speech is not reserved for certain viewpoints. Free speech isn't meant to just protect the rich and powerful. Free speech isn't just for billionaires.
There you go.
The First Amendment protects everyone's freedom and free expression, and we must defend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. We'll now move to 5-minute questions under the 5-minute rule, I should say. And the gentleman from California,
We need to
Mr.
get
Ice, is
Mr.
recognized.
Rhonda on
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
everything else.
Mr. Taibbi, Mr. Aaron went on for 5 minutes. And
1,500 or so?
The feel and the fact was he said multiple times that if you're a billionaire, you're not qualified to do what has made you a billionaire. If you're a billionaire, you're corrupt.
Right.
Now, he was particularly assaulting Elon Musk. Let me just go through a couple of quick questions. One, Elon Musk, would you say that he's best known as rich or successful?
Probably both, depends on who you ask.
Did he in fact reinvent launch so that we went from the inefficiency where we were paying the Russians to basically put our people in space to today, 92+% of all launches in the world are SpaceX, and they're done for a fraction of the cost?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, so you're a journalist, not an employer per se, but if you were going to employ somebody to take cost out of something, would you find someone that reinvented financial transactions, then went on to reinvent space launch, then went on to reinvent the automobile, and did all of those successfully before he was my age? Okay, now, as a journalist, you do look at who in government does what, and you've done it globally, but particularly you're an expert in the U.S. How many elected officials look at
What?
tax returns or government documents directly? How many elected officials do that for the United States government?
I don't know. I would like to know. I have
Well,
my own views.
officially, the number is 0.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's 100% done by career bureaucrats. In fact, nobody elected does the basic work of searching databases and doing that. It just isn't part of the system. The reality is that almost all of the dives are either done by career people or people like Deloitte or PricewaterhouseCoopers. The fact is, looking for government inefficiency, we have spent billions of dollars inefficiently looking for government inefficiency for decades. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I did a story on the failed audit of the DOD that concluded, yeah, we had spent a ton of money on those audits to no effect.
Right. So we've paid outside auditors, including some of the world's best, and they've basically thrown in the towel as far as actually making a permanent change. So when the president has a group of individuals go in with career people in the room and look for it, and they find it, is that a reason to go, nah, 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 he's a billionaire, rather than, nah, nah, this is a disruptor of industries that has proven he can take massive amounts of cost out of doing things, and as a result, the United States of America would benefit by its money going further?
Representative, I said that some of this falls outside my area of expertise.
Well, it falls outside Aaron's too, so that's why I'm bringing the point to you. Let me go on to something that is in your expertise. As a journalist, if you took the many words and phonemes of a half an hour interview and cut and pasted them to create a completely different set of answers to questions, what would you be doing?
Yeah, that would be typically that's a kind of deceptive editing. I think that was the issue in the 60 Minutes case.
Well, wouldn't you call it outright fraud if a person says X and you print Y? Wouldn't you be sued for it if you maliciously and deliberately change the outcome in order to affect an election potentially on behalf of a candidate?
It kind of depends on the situation, but I think most
I want you to understand. Mr. Issa, he's not on your side. This is one of the very few things that Issa has ever gone your way on. And why? Well, he said of a lot of 100% fucking lies, and he knew it. So he's arguing for the First Amendment to be able, as a member of Congress, to straight up lie to your fucking face. I want y'all to keep that in mind.
news organizations would be embarrassed to be caught doing that kind of thing.
And wasn't 60 Minutes and CBS embarrassed when they got caught?
Well, they settled in the case apparently, so that I think that speaks to that, yes.
So in other words, they were embarrassed.
It would seem that way from the outside.
Well, I'm glad you're here today, and I just want to note for the record and ask it to be placed in the record. Last week, we put another piece of legislation in with Rep. Salazar, Baumgardner, and Gill that in fact specifically it provides for foreign government officials who engage in censorship of American speech to be inadmissible or deported. And I look forward to that going through the committee on a bipartisan basis.
Gentleman yields
And
back.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, President Trump has launched an all-out assault on the press. Don't take my word for it. Here is the president himself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nadler. It wasn't
Trump publicly attacking ABC News. going so far as to suggest it should lose its federal broadcast license. They've discussed issuing subpoenas for news organizations, prosecuting journalists and their sources, and cutting funding for public media.
I think you have to do it. I'm going to be bringing one against the people in Iowa, their newspaper. We're filing one on 60 Minutes, a big part of CBS News, against Bob Woodward. And we have one very interestingly on Pulitzer. We have to straighten out the press.
The president says we have to, quote, straighten out the press. That should be chilling to anyone who believes in the First Amendment. The Trump administration is already targeting media outlets that refuse to praise the president. Yesterday, the White House barred the Associated Press.
While y'all watch this, I want you all to understand. When all they do is look down and have a speech, that is a telltale sign, 100% damn near confirmation that it is their staffers that wrote that speech. Their staffers are the ones that sit behind them. It does track. It does track. Especially with the purple hair bitch that sits right beside is it, I think it's Raskin sometimes. No, it's Nadler, is it not? But anyway, there's that. She's a staffer. She sits literally right beside her congresswoman or congressperson. When they're reading from a piece of paper, it is a damning fucking argument against the fact that it is the staffers that fucking wrote their argument versus them themselves. When you're talking about somebody like Nadler, who's always been a talking fucking head, when you got somebody like Miss Norton, who literally she's dead on her fucking feet. There ain't no way in hell you're going to sit there and tell me that these people are reading the speeches that they actually fucking have. There's a lot of them that do this. Check out their emotions. Check out what they look like while they're giving these speeches. Because in most of them, you can have an argument. Yeah, they planned it out. They practiced it. But most of them will actually look down to just look at a figure and just be like, bitch, this is it. And they'll sit there the entire time and just look. They're in that moment. They're there. Those are the ones that actually know what's going on. The ones that are just reading a piece of paper are just going through the motions. The ones that are looking for sound bites like fucking Representative Ratchet. I'm sorry, Representative Cracker Shit. Fuck. Jasmine Crockett. Or from Texas, Houston, Texas. That bitch. All she does is yell and scream and then get the fuck up and walk out of every committee she's ever been in. She's just looking for them sound bites. She's looking to get attention on social media so she can continue to siphon your fucking... She was a public defender before she became a congresswoman. She was nobody. Look into her.
Press from the Oval Office because the news organization simply declined to change its style guide to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Trump himself has made it abundantly clear that he thinks any journalist who dares to criticize him is a, quote, enemy of the people. He has even threatened to revoke the broadcast licenses, we just saw that, of news organizations that criticize his administration. This assault on free speech is being orchestrated by Trump's pick for FCC chair, Brendan Carr, a right-wing co-author of Project 2025. Carr is using his position to punish the news outlets that diverge from the White House's approved narrative. Acting in violation of the Constitution, federal law, and the ICC's own mission, Chairman Carr has decided to use the agency to harass and intimidate news organizations that stray from the White House's talking points. One of Carr's first actions was to revive 3 complaints made to the FCC by a conservative group, the Center for American Rights, against ABC, CBS, and NBC for their critical coverage of President Trump. For the record, there was a complaint that Carr didn't revive. Of course, it was a claim made against Fox News, a news organization that agreed to pay an $800 million settlement to a private company, Dominion Voting System, and admitted to promoting false claims of fraud during the 2020 election related to the company's voting machines. Mr. Aaron, what message is Brendan Carr and the administration sending by investigating ABC, CBS, and NBC, but not Fox News?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I think this is, a blatant abuse of power from Commissioner Carr. He's saying, we're coming for you. At the same time, the president is literally negotiating a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit settlement, and he has pulled out all the stops. He said, I might not approve your merger. He said, I want to see the transcripts. He's come back again and again and again. I just imagine when a Democratic FCC chair thought about, like, hey, could we do an independent local study? Everyone was up in arms. Here we have the chairman of the FCC saying, I'm going to use the power of my office to squeeze these news organizations either to settle or change or transform their coverage simply because the president and Mr. Carr don't like it. That's textbook government censorship.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. The former chair of the FCC, Mr. Carr's predecessor, Jessica Rosenworcel, said these complaints, quote, seek to weaponize the licensing authority of the FCC in a way that is fundamentally at odds with the First Amendment. To do so would set a dangerous precedent, close quote. She also warned that the agency, quote, should not be the president's speech police. When Mr. Carr was before the Oversight Committee last Congress, he was asked a very simple question. If the president directed the FCC to revoke ABC or NBC's broadcast license because he felt they were being unfair to him, would you comply? The answer should have been a simple and resounding no, yet Mr. Carr repeatedly refused to answer. Mr. Aaron, what do you see as some of the most dangerous actions this administration is currently taking to attack the freedom of the press and to silence critics of this administration?
Well, Mr. Nadler, I appreciate your lifting up the FCC because this is an agency that people don't necessarily know a lot about, but it has an incredible amount of power over the public airwaves, over the wires that bring us our cable television. And so far, in his short time in office, Chairman Carr has used that position to go after journalists, to file these very threatening letters questioning how individual reporters are covering stories of national importance, to really abuse this power in ways that we've never seen before. The FCC usually talks about licenses on very narrow terms.
The link's right there.
If an owner has
Hit us
committed
up,
major
Michael. You'll love
crimes,
it.
maybe there'll be an investigation in their license. The idea that a news organization could be threatened because they asked a tough question of the president, because they tried to fact check him during a debate, because they edited their own news content before putting it out over the airwaves is preposterous and it's dangerous. And I think it does really warrant the attention of this committee because it's quickly getting out of hand. He's expanding this. He's started to go after cable companies to investigate their internal corporate practices. This is all happening and it only seems to be speeding up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Schellenberger, is the press afraid to attack President Trump?
No.
I mean, you can look at the front page of Politico. Every headline is an attack on President Trump, but that's what the ranking member of the subcommittee just said. Like they're afraid. I mean, ridiculous argument. I yield to the gentleman. I recognize the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 days ago, Senator Chuck Schumer created an online portal.
I will say this. I will rail against Jordan, you little son of a bitch. You let Hunter Biden goddamn motherfucking go. Spit in the fucking Congress's face and the American people's fucking face twice because he was supposed to testify. You let him spit in the faces of American fucking citizens twice in a row about testifying. You were going to hold him in contempt of Congress. And you just said after the second time when he walked out, when Marjorie Taylor Greene was starting to speak, You could say, hey, all of this can go away if this motherfucker would just come up here and talk to us. And then it happened. Fuck you. But you are entertaining with these hearings. I will admit that. I'm never going to let that shit go. You little fucking Weasley son of a bitch. You put Steve Bannon behind fucking bars. Anyway.
For federal employees to disclose wrongdoing and abuses of power. And in a way, I'm kind of glad he did this. He did this because I have been here for a while, and there's a plethora of abuses of power I've seen, particularly in the area of censorship. So at the top of my complaint list would probably be Joe Biden and his staff, because they continually pressured large social media platforms to change their content moderation policies, to have a built-in bias system against any speech, which even had a hint of criticism against the Biden administration. And you know, we do know one thing. Censorship can occur through an agent, through a direct link to government contact, even though it's a private entity that's censoring. We know that from the case law that's come out. But here we have Facebook admitted that it started censoring posts about COVID originating from a Chinese lab and content critical of the vaccine after tense conversations with the Biden-Harris administration, in which they were told to do more to combat speech, which has since been verified as true. Facebook officials described one White House advisor as outraged that Facebook didn't remove a meme. It was a joke about COVID-19. That White House advisor was Andy Slavitt. He would go on my list of people that you complain against. President Biden himself said that Facebook was, quote, killing people, close quote, for not taking down this type of content, which caused Facebook to change its policies further. Facebook employees would later say that this decision, quote, stemmed from the continued criticism of our approach from the Biden administration, close quote.
Okay, I'm going to pause here for a second because I want to hit this up. This is an actual, real, major fucking point. There's a conversation going on about the lapel pins on everybody's shirts. You know, their collars. There is a reason behind it, and there is a difference in the color, and the difference in the color is an actual point. Each single pin represents that they are a member of the 119th Congress. The color behind it represents that they are a major player in whatever committee that color represents. That's why that's a thing. That's why Mr. Biggs, which is a committee member, or he is a chairman for a committee, is wearing a different color than Mr. McClintock right next to him, who is only a vice chair. He will do committee hearings when somebody else, his higher up, is not available. It's the color difference in between. It represents the committees they're on and the positions they hold.
Zuckerberg even told Joe Rogan that people from the Biden administration, quote, would call up our team and scream at them and curse to take down things that were true, close quote.
Be right back.
The White House employed the same kind of pressure campaign with YouTube, Amazon, and other platforms. We could also include Anthony Fauci in this list since he perpetuated falsehoods about everything from the vaccine, social distancing, masks, and more. And he demanded that these social media companies clamp down on anyone, including qualified scientists, who dared say anything that was contradictory of him. Then there was CISA, headed by Jen Easterly, who went out of her way to report posts on platform which they thought were too much against the administration's narrative. Then there's the FBI, who ordered platforms to censor the New York Post story about Hunter Biden's laptop, despite knowing that the story was true because they had possession of the laptop. And we could go on and on. So, but I want to I want to read, I just, this notion here is that after this committee's oversight, and we did some good oversight, President Trump's resounding victory, the entities that I've just mentioned, CISA, the FBI, and DHS's cybersecurity have all stopped their direct censorship activities. What do you think, Ms. Subramania? How do we know that that's true? How do we know that they've stopped their censorship activities?
Sorry, who has stopped their censorship activity?
Well, allegedly the FBI, CISA, and DHS's Cybersecurity Bureau.
Well, we don't know. We don't know anything for sure. And I think this administration is only getting started by investigating these agencies. I think my own personal view on this is that it's essentially baked into the system right now. And it's going to be very hard to get rid of these tools of censorship. Oftentimes they're shape-shifting, if you want to use that term. They're recast into different tools, but essentially it's the same tools of censorship that go after individuals. And as I reported on debanking, I'm very, very happy that this administration is finally paying attention to this very important issue of ordinary Americans being censored, being cut off the financial grid for having unpopular opinions. I believe there was a Senate Banking Committee hearing last week that heard from witnesses on the issue of debanking, which I reported on. That's pretty scary. So I'm very, very happy that this attention is finally getting, this issue is finally getting the attention it deserves, and hopefully average Americans will not get debanked in the future. But we don't know anything for sure. It's still too early.
Thank you. And I want to just comment on Mr. Aaron has said in his written statement, he's defining censorship as requiring government action. And yet, in order to get First Amendment protection, yet the Murphy v. Missouri case, which said that the plaintiffs did not get protection because they could not directly link the actions of government officials to their instances of censorship, that's very different than the Vallow case, NRA versus Vallow, where the courts, in a unanimous opinion, said because they could show a direct link. That's the critical issue here, and we know
more
the
than
Biden
like
administration, and we could show that direct link that they
that's
were
the way it's
causing
looking from the
censorship.
calendar.
They were,
Yes,
and this is the Vallow case relying on the 1963 case. They were using coercive tactics to get censorship, and that's the distinction, Mr. Aaron. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman recognizes the ranking member.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Aaron, in November, your co-witness, Mr. Taibbi, went on Chris Cuomo's show and said one of his great concerns was, quote, there's going to be an enormous temptation within the Trump government to do things like going after media organizations they don't like, and they can't do that. If they end up doing that, it's going to be a disaster. Has the disaster arrived?
I believe we're witnessing it right now. It's underway and speeding up.
What's the evidence of that?
Well, we talked already about the problems at the FCC. I think what we're seeing is incredibly powerful government officials using their power and their pulpit to go directly after news organizations. President Trump called for 60 Minutes to be, quote,
Wait a minute. You're also talking about the 60 Minutes who edited I'm not going to say every bit, edited heavily on the Kamala Harris interview to make her look favorable to the American people. When the unedited version, y'all look that up. Watch the CNN or the 60 Minutes interview, and then watch the unedited interview. There's no way you can sit there and tell me that that is not election interference by a company that was propped up by USAID to do that shit, and Kamala Harris gave them fucking money from her campaign to deceptively tell you that that bitch ain't retarded.
terminated. Mr. Musk has gone after individual reporters who are trying to cover what Doge is doing. We don't know what Doge is doing. There's very little public information available, and yet reporters who dare to actually ask, who are these people? What are they doing? Why do they have access to our most important personal information? When that happens, here comes Mr. Musk, a government employee, but also the head of a social media company, coming after individual reporters. Those are some of the things that I'm incredibly concerned about. And there are many others who are saying they're going to come after journalists, including the nominee to head the FBI.
I think all four witnesses have spoken about the dangers of state censorship, but also the dangers of big tech censorship. With Elon Musk now appointed a special government employee, although he's not filled out his ethics forms or gotten a conflict of interest waiver. I hope, Mr. Chairman, we'll get a chance to work on that. But do we believe now that the dangers of state censorship have merged with the dangers of big tech censorship?
I'm obviously very concerned because it's one thing for the government to express its viewpoints and say, we wish you would do this or we wish you would do that. It's quite another for this kind of merger and full-on collusion happening. You know, we were worried about the government. This committee was very worried about the government in the previous administration putting pressure on Twitter. Now we have the head of X working inside the government to actually take apart government computer systems. That would seem to rise to a higher level of concern.
Right. Before, people were worried because some nameless, faceless bureaucrat would write a memo saying there's election disinformation. It needs to be corrected. And they thought that that was a First Amendment violation, although the courts ended up rejecting that. But in any event, they didn't like the government even warning of factual disinformation being warned of online. Now what we've got is the head of X, the owner of X, who controls all of that speech, being part of the government itself. And yet a lot of people aren't uttering a peep about that. Why is it?
Well, I have to ask in some cases, where are they getting their news? Are they hearing about it? I have questions about that, but I think people are outraged. I see people every day here in Washington with signs saying, why is Elon Musk's hands on my data? I talk to my cab
You know, I know there's millions of people in America outraged. I'm talking about my colleagues who couldn't stop talking about a handful of memos that were written to the social media about factual disinformation. They were upset about that. Now we've got an absolute merger of the social media state with the traditional governmental apparatus. Look, I'm not sure I understand what my colleague's position is on whether there should be free speech on social media sites or not. For several years, they campaigned to get sites like X and Facebook to remove fact-checking on their sites. It sounded like what they were saying is we want a radical, open, free market in speech, no censorship for anything, racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, fraudulent speech, whatever. Not because they endorsed that speech, but because what they were saying was, we just want a radically open free market. But then Elon Musk takes over X. He kicks off journalists who are critical of him or Donald Trump. He kicks off Texas Observer journalist Stephen Monticelli, Ken Klippenston of The Intercept, podcaster Rob Rousseau, progressive political groups he doesn't like.
Who? No, seriously, who? I've never heard of any of what he just claimed. Oh, they kicked him off? Probably because those motherfuckers are actually trying to go in there and trying to be a dick and sabotaging shit instead of actually being the journalist that they're supposed to give you is a real, truthful, actual information, no matter how you may feel about it.
And so now X is flooded with all of the racist, anti-Semitic filth, the misogyny, all kinds of studies about how it's dramatically through the roof. And yet he's getting rid of political speech he disagrees with. And my colleagues have nothing to say about that. Is that the right approach to free speech if you think free speech is at stake on the social media?
Absolutely not, Congressman. I mean, as we've talked about repeatedly in this hearing, we need free speech for everyone. We need to protect free expression. And so if Elon Musk is doing something, this committee should be as concerned about it. If Elon Musk and Donald Trump are colluding to pressure media companies, they should be just as concerned. I would argue more concerned, given the evidence, than they have been in the many hearings covered here about low-level employees
Right.
concentrating low-level staffers.
Mr. Taibbi tweeted to Elon Musk. He said, Elon, I've repeatedly declined to criticize you and have nothing to do with your beef with Substack. Is there a reason why I'm being put in the middle of things? He said, am I being shadow banned? His answer from Elon Musk was, you are dead to me. Please get off Twitter and just stay on Substack. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Democrats complain that Mr. Musk is an unelected bureaucrat. Well, I'd remind them that every bureaucrat is unelected. That's why the elected president is solely vested with the executive powers of the federal government. There is no bureaucrat that's independent of the president. That would mean that they're independent of the people, which is the very definition of a tyranny. Mr. Musk is accountable to the president, who in turn has been accountable to the people. The threat that we face is unelected bureaucrats who are working contrary to the will of the people as expressed through the presidential election. It seems to me that the beating heart of a democracy is our freedom of speech. That's how a free society sorts truth from lies and right from wrong and wisdom from folly. Americans have always believed that the way to do that is put the two of them side by side and trust the American people to tell the difference. And they've done a good job of that in 250 years. It's clear to me that in the last 4 years, the Democrats attempted to install themselves, rather than the American people, as the arbiters of what is true and right and wise. And what we saw was the power of government focused on muzzling their opposition and preventing the democracy from working. I'm particularly concerned about the coordinated suppression of the story of the Hunter Biden laptop because of post-election polling, in which respondents said that if they'd seen that information during the election, it would have changed their vote. And in numbers, that would have changed the outcome of the presidential election. That's election interference on a historic scale and about as clear a threat to democracy as it gets. But I remember a story of a retiring law professor who said that for many years he'd begin his course on the First Amendment by telling the joke of an American and a Soviet talking about freedom of speech in their countries. The American said, well, we have the right to say whatever we want about our government officials. And the Soviet replied, well, so do we, except the officials don't let us lie about them. He said that always got a big laugh in his classrooms until the last few years. And that's what I find very shocking about what has occurred in our society. I agree with the Democrats.
That was Jordan.
We need to be just as vigilant in defending speech we disagree with. That's absolutely true. It was something that they were unwilling to do themselves during the last 4 years that they held power. Now, Mr. Taibbi, you've talked about this before. I've often said we must never allow the left to become our teachers. But you saw this transition firsthand, and you've spoken out about the importance of freedom of speech on all sides. Would you care to elaborate?
I'm sorry, I'm a little, thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. This sudden adopting of the free speech religion is a little jarring, where obviously you're very concerned about things that Elon Musk may be doing or Donald Trump may be doing. But where was that concern when White House officials were pressuring Twitter to remove New York Times reporter Alex Berenson, who was ultimately taken down for saying an absolutely true statement, which was that the vaccine does not prevent infection or transmission? That case is still going through the courts. Where was that concern when the New York Post was locked out of its own account for 2 weeks for an absolutely true story about Hunter Biden's laptop?
It seems to me two of the most consequential issues that affect the lives of every American are the debates over climate change and the debate over COVID and how to respond to it. And yet the government worked overtime to suppress contrary opinions.
You can't pull that back. You can't pull it back.
That one thing we need to do is defund the institutions that are suppressing speech, and I couldn't agree more. Let me ask you, what else should we be doing right now? What legislation should we be pursuing to enshrine the First Amendment freedoms that the left waged war against these years?
Well, thank you for asking, Congressman. I mean, I think it's really, we don't have accountability yet. We don't have the files. We don't know what really happened. We have some of the files of what's occurred, but just on the Hunter Biden laptop case, you had a sophisticated influence operation being operated by the FBI through the Aspen Institute to pre-bunk, which is code for brainwash journalists and the social media censors in advance of the story coming out. I mean, that is next level kind of manipulation going on, illegal by the FBI. We don't have any of the files on that. But I think the most pressing threat right now is from Europe. The censorship industrial complex is sort of retreating into Europe. They want to, weaponize their Digital Services Act. I don't, as a taxpayer, as an American whose life and my family's life is on the line to protect Europe, I don't know what I'm doing if I'm trying to defend a continent that wants to suppress freedom of speech for their own people and for the entire
Well,
planet.
my time's expired, but I'd be very interested in the thoughts of all of our panelists on what additional actions the government can take. You're saying defund them and get to the bottom of it. I couldn't agree more. Then what? Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all the witnesses, the outstanding testimony. The lady from Canada, I want to welcome you. You're our first witness from the 51st state. This hearing is interesting because
Cohen?
Breaking news, Joe Biden lost the election. It's not
Breaking news. Memphis. This white man thinks you love him because he talks like you. No. No, he straight up said it. I can walk it back in committee hearing after committee hearing. He loves you. And you love him because he talks like you. Memphis. Does he talk like you?
I can run ever again. But this committee's hearing, and I mean, some good can come out of looking about what happened, and some of the things weren't proper. But Joe Biden's gone. We need to be looking at what's happening right now. And what's happening right now is we have a constitutional crisis. This is the Judiciary Committee, where the Constitution should not be something we think of as something we study in school, but something we defend and protect against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And right now it is being attacked. The rule of law is, I think, Ms. Subramana, I think they quoted you and said something about special, something about our core, what's at stake is our core values. And what's at stake is our core values, the rule of law. And this committee is doing nothing about it. We should be concerned about the rule of law, concerned about the Constitution, concerned about the truth, and we're not doing that, and we have a great problem. The American people thought that they were going to elect a government that was going to get involved with inflation, reduce the price of eggs, make their daily lives better, end the war in Ukraine on day one. None of that's happened. Instead, we've gone off on all this stuff. And we've got a guy we call a special government employee, which sounds too much like a special military operation. And it's kind of a scary term, but that's what we've got. They talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. They say it all the time, but they don't show us the waste, fraud, and abuse. They just say they've discovered it and they're finding it and whatever. All this. Well, I think it's just their policy differences, particularly at USAID, not necessarily waste, fraud, and abuse. And Mr. Taibbi, I think you said that they can't do it surgically. If Mr. Musk is such a genius, and he's a damn smart boy, X is a smart boy too. They were the two smart ones in the room the other day. But you do it surgically. You don't do it with a sledgehammer. He's doing it with a sledgehammer. And a gorilla can do it with a sledgehammer. A genius has to be surgical. And
Did this motherfucker just call Elon Musk a gorilla? This motherfucker is catching rockets with sticks. And this motherfucker just said he's a gorilla. There ain't no goddamn way that actually fucking happened, right?
You could save USAID's programs that are humanitarian purposes and medical purposes and providing food, working against hunger and all kind of problems we see in Africa with HIV, AIDS, and PEPFAR. You can keep those programs, which is the abundance and majority of USAID. Instead, we're threatening them. Elon Musk took over Twitter, and I can tell you, I've been a Twitter user. I got more anti-Semitic comments on Twitter since he took over by far. I had some before he took over, but just a small amount. Now, almost every time I post anything on Twitter, I'm going to get something about Jew, go back to Israel, we don't need your type, Cohen, oh yes, Cohen. I'm sick of that. And Musk allows it. Go to Blue Sky. He's ruined Twitter. He went through that with
I'm sorry. You're sick of hearing something that every single American has always said throughout all of history, as far as America is. I'm sorry, Cohen. Were you people saying that about the Japanese? Why the fuck were your people coming out of the sewers of goddamn New York City? Why the fuck were they digging up underneath the fucking tunnels in New York City before they came out the sewers? Why the fuck does your religion represent 20% of our government? Roughly around that. Elected, appointed, and hired. I don't agree with it, but I understand the ire. You are overrepresented in our government. And just because somebody says something about you and your religion doesn't make it any fucking better when somebody says something about me and my skin color. Welcome to the battlefield, motherfucker. The battlefield y'all created. If you can't hack it, maybe it's about time you sat down. Because I guarantee you, Memphis don't love you, and you ain't one of them.
with the same tactics he's going through the U.S. government, the fork in the road, getting rid of people and firing so many people. Twitter has been ruined. It was a marketplace for ideas. It no longer is. It's a mouthpiece for the extreme right and for Musk. Musk has not shown him to be able to understand the government and speak truth. When we had a continuing resolution of last December, Musk said the bill allocated $3 billion to build a new football stadium in Washington. It didn't allocate any money for a football stadium. And he said it emphatically, $3 billion.
God damn it,
He said it was going to be a
K-Bean.
40% salary
That's
increase
awesome.
for Congress people. No, it said there'd be a cost of living adjustment of 3%. On USAID, he reposted, as did Donald Jr., a post that was eventually found out to come out from a Russian operative that said that Ukraine paid $20 million for celebrities like Angelina Jolie, Sean Penn, Ben Stiller to come to Ukraine. False. They didn't pay anything for them.
You're telling me. I'm sorry, Dick. You got the kind of y'all remember the movie, what is it? A series of unfortunate events. You got the Jim Carrey look going on in that right now, and it's fucking hard not to overlook that. It took me a while to bring it back to that because it did kind of seem familiar to me. That is that look, Lemony Snicket's a series of unfortunate events. Jim Carrey's fucking part. That is Mr. Cohen. I swear to fucking God. However, I'm going to admit I just derailed my own thought. I had to take that shot. I just derailed my own thought. Hold on. It'll come back to me in a sec.
And they've said that Musk said $50 million, Trump $100 million on condoms in Gaza for Hamas. And that's not true. There was.
Oh, yeah. That's not. Oh. Hold on.
On USAID, he reposted, as did Donald Jr., a post that was eventually found out to come out from a Russian operative that said that Ukraine paid $20 million for celebrities like Angelina Jolie, Sean Penn, Ben Stiller to come to Ukraine.
Oh, that was the point. Bitch, you're going to sit there and tell me that celebrities that we have, like big name celebrities, A-list fucking celebrities, that we're not paying top of the line dollar for them to go over there and show for Ukraine? Bitch, they're taking military flights. They got military guard. They got the best of the best, the top of the line situation, and all. You're going to sit there, $20 million to fly 3 of them over there to shill for your motherfucking ass? I kind of feel like that was the Burisma scandal where the Biden family sold you out as an American citizen for pennies on the dollar for over a decade. Well, at least a decade. But anyway.
False. They didn't pay anything for them. And they've said that Musk said $50 million, Trump $100 million on condoms in Gaza for Hamas. And that's not true. There was $7 million is all USAID spends all over, and that's for helping on HIV AIDS. And
you're talking about two different sections, 2 different clauses, and yes, there was $50 million fucking dollars that went to giving condoms to Gaza. Why? Because in 2018, they were filling them with helium and crossing over into fucking Israel with them. When the sun would pop the condom because it would get too hot, they'd drop a bomb somewhere. We are funding terrorism.
And the Gaza they spent some money on was Gaza in Mozambique. I mean, they can get at a map and see the Gulf of America, but they can't find out what's going on in Africa. And that's going to be the largest growing continent in the world.
Other than Antarctica, you are right. Why? Because Africa has been left behind in time. They still have roaming nomadic tribes with no clear-cut culture. The Congo, blood diamonds, all that. That's the only thing left. That's the only thing left to be colonized. Oh, there we go. We hit that buzzword, right, ladies and gentlemen? No, seriously, it is. Look at it. Look at the rest of the world. You have the Middle East that came up. They're more modernized than half of Africa. I'm not even going to say half. That's not even fair. I'm going to say a third. Because most of it is actually kind of desert. You do have to be nomadic in that area, but they live there, motherfucker. We have running fucking water in pipes and they still decide to live there. Anyway.
I'm just concerned about the truth. I'm concerned about Musk. I'm concerned about Doge. I'm concerned about this employee who they wanted to bring back, and I think they did, who said, just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity. We want to normalize Indian hate. And that's not Tonto. That's an entire country. And I would not mind at all if Gaza and Israel were both wiped off the face of the earth. That's a real nice character. And that's who they took up as their champion. Thank you, sir. And I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the end of your testimony, Mr. Taibbi, it says, no wonder your approval ratings are lower than psoriasis. By the way, I've had a few bouts of it. It's nasty stuff. And you said you sold us out. Explain what you were saying at the end of your testimony.
Many of the programs, thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. Many of the programs that Michael and I reported on in the Twitter files, these are taxpayer-funded programs that are being spent to remove the speech of the taxpayers themselves or to encourage platforms to take down content of the taxpayers. And I think most people would disagree with that allocation of resources. I'm hearing a lot about Elon Musk. Does that mean that I should be in favor of the Department of Homeland Security partnering with Stanford University to do a mass flagging program ahead of the 2020 election, where the speech of ordinary citizens was taken down? These are two completely separate issues, but it's the institutional problem. We've created all of these institutions. The Global Engagement Center is one, a counter misinformation program, the FBI's Foreign Influence Task
I'm gonna make
Force,
some fucking
the cybersecurity
some food before we get into
Security
something I
Agency.
haven't
These are
heard
all
yet. Hold
big
on.
institutions that are part of the government that are directed towards this exact activity. And it has to be shut down in order for us to get back to an absolutely free press environment.
On March 9th, 2023, I believe you were in this building testifying and the IRS knocked on your door. Give us a retrospective, if you could do it kind of briefly. I've got other questions here. Give me a retrospective as you look back on that incident 2 years ago.
Yeah, I came back from testifying before this committee on the train. My wife told me that the IRS had left a note on my door. They had knocked while I was testifying. This, again, is why I'm finding it funny that people are suddenly concerned about the harassment of journalists. I don't remember any of you saying anything when this happened at the time.
You think it's a coincidence?
We subsequently learned, thanks to Mr. Chairman Jordan, who reached out to the Treasury, that case was opened on me on December 24th, 2022, when probably the most consequential Twitter files report that I dropped was published. It was a Saturday and it was Christmas Eve. I don't think the IRS is usually working that day.
Ms. Subramania, in regards to Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, might it be useful if the liability shield that is currently in place be conditioned on companies to make sure that they adhere to a free speech standard? Do you think there maybe should be changes made to Section 230 to make sure that free speech is protected?
I'm not familiar with this legislation. What is the liability shield?
Mr. Shellenberger, would you like to take that question?
Sure, and I've testified in front of the Senate and written a white paper on this issue. I think that Section 230 should be reformed if you're going to offer this sweeping liability protection. Then I think that adult users of social media platforms should be able to choose and filter their own legal content. And I've said that publicly quite a bit before. I haven't found a lot of interest in either party for that proposal, but I do think that's the best way. Certainly, you can still have a feed that the social media platforms choose to feed you, but I do think there should be that option for people to choose their own content.
You say in your testimony, PSYOP tactics being used by the US and UK military against the American people. That is really scary stuff reading that. Could you elaborate? Because I think the American people need to hear, they need to hear about this.
Yeah, we now know what happened, which is that basically after the war on terror, the United States used counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, counterpopulism tactics first in the Middle East as part of the Arab Spring uprisings, then in Eastern Europe as part of the color revolutions, using social media to foment revolutions against places that we wanted regime change. and then using censorship in places to repress conflicting opinion in places that we were trying to stabilize. Those tactics were then turned against the American people after the populist revolutions of 2016. First, you saw Russiagate, the idea, this wild conspiracy theory that President Trump was somehow controlled through a sex blackmail operation by the Russians. But then we also saw a very elaborate effort to do exactly what they had done abroad, creating small committees of experts to decide what the truth was and demand censorship on the basis of it. But I also mentioned there's also these proactive influence operations, the most dramatic of which is the Hunter Biden laptop, severely illegal, but we also saw the mobilization of the intelligence community. And now in the latest study article that we published today, we have documented that the Agency for International Development has overseen basically a takeover over the last decade and a half of independent investigative journalism in Europe and around the world through OCCRP and supposedly independent journalism organizations with an eye to basically controlling the information and controlling the major news media that do investigative journalism.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the work that you have done over the last couple of Congresses on this issue.
We appreciate it. Gentleman yields back. I think, gentleman, the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donald Trump is a litigious individual. He's quick to sue news organizations that try and hold him to account, but he's also the commander-in-chief who appears to be using every weapon in the federal government's arsenal to go after those same news organizations. He is currently suing in his private capacity CBS for $20 billion, but at the same time, his FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, is investigating CBS while Mr. Trump, President Trump, is calling on him to go even further and to revoke CBS's license because he didn't like the coverage that they gave. He's doing all this while Paramount, CBS's parent company, is in merger talks with a billionaire Trump super donor, David Ellison. So, Mr. Aaron, can you help us understand how these actions by President Trump and his administration might send a chilling message to news organizations?
Yes, I mean, I think the message the administration is sending is pay up and get in line. I mean, they've repeatedly, President Trump is a private citizen, filed these lawsuits, but President Trump is no longer a private citizen. He's sitting in the Oval Office, using the power of that office and of his appointees to go after the same companies he's filed lawsuits against. That's outrageous. And on terms that are almost unthinkable. We're talking about editing a video. We're talking about asking some fact-checking questions. We're talking about, unbelievably normal operations of news organizations, reporting on the activity of law enforcement, all First Amendment protected things that these news organizations are doing. And yet under the Trump administration, the message is, if you're not in line, if you're not singing from our hymnal, we're going to come after you with the force of the government. And that's what we should be concerned about. That's where it crosses over from the concerns of an individual saying, I didn't like what you did, to actual censorship and government power being abused.
Well, it's not just what you've said. In December, ABC agreed to settle a $16 million lawsuit by Mr. Trump and his foundations. And then just last month, Meta paid $25 million to settle what, honestly, as a lawyer, seemed to me a pretty ridiculous 4-year-old lawsuit. Just last July, Mr. Trump threatened to throw Mark Zuckerberg in jail. And then after he won, Zuckerberg went down to Mar-a-Lago, had dinner with him, where Mr. Trump told him he could be brought into the tent. And then, of course, Zuckerberg and Meta settled the lawsuit brought against them for 4 years ago. Meta settled for $25 million. That's on top of the $2 million Meta and Zuckerberg contributed to the inauguration. It looks like
We're
these
getting back to
companies
the
are
point to
agreeing
where I
make
almost
these
cut off.
payments
Well,
to Donald
almost to the
Trump in
point.
kind of a
Left
pay-to-play
after her.
measure. What do you think, Mr. Aaron?
I agree with your analysis, Congresswoman. It looks like they're making payoffs. These were not cases, the lawyers that looked at them, the law professors that looked at them, when they were filed, said these are completely specious.
This
These are
bitch is dying on the
outlandish.
stand.
These are not actually viable cases. And yet now that Mr. Trump is in office, suddenly these media companies are lining up, writing checks for tens of millions of dollars to a sitting president, either to say, please, take the target off their back, or to seek major regulatory favors, like a mega merger. I don't support a mega merger, but the idea that the cost of getting that merger done is altering your editorial content or having to respond to have your other business interests challenged, your licenses taken away, it's unbelievable. It's outrageous.
Well, I agree with you, Mr. Aaron. I'm not sure whether the president is shaking down these corporations or whether they're offering him bribes because they realize that if they pay the right price, they'll get their way. But it's clear to me that there is these outrageous settlement payments to the president and his foundations are really, I think, incompatible with the free press. Can you explain, Mr. Aaron, what happens to a free and fair press, to journalism, when media organizations and the president are engaged in this type of pay to play? Is this something that other media organizations are going to pay attention to? What's the impact on the eco-structure?
Well, I do think there's a danger that they follow each other's leads, right? What we would like to see in this case is these media companies actually standing up for their rights, actually fighting these cases in court. But they've made, I would say very unfortunately, business decisions that they've decided the cost of settling, because it's advantageous to other parts of their business, is better than actually defending the First Amendment and free speech. I think that's a huge problem, because they are signaling to this administration, hey, if you don't like something you see and you file a lawsuit, you're probably going to get paid. Or they're saying, well, we don't want to go anywhere near that because we might face one of these outlandish lawsuits.
My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky.
I wanted to hate the motherfucker. And I'm going to be honest. That right there, the last statement, is why I turned this off. Like, I got food and everything. I'm just letting it cool down a little bit here. I will take myself off to eat it. But from here on out, I haven't heard anything else because I had to exit. I wanted to hate you, motherfucker. But let's go.
He's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shellenberger, last Congress, you helped expose censorship grants at the National Science Foundation, specifically known as Track F grants. Can you tell us more about those censorship activities conducted associated with these grants?
Yeah, this was the National Science Foundation's Track F was basically to create censorship tools that would become sort of the middleware to, such as, NewsGuard, for example, is the most famous of which, or the Global Disinformation Index. The idea is to essentially impose on people's systems, either directly through their computers or adopted by social media companies, a set of tools that would allow centralized authorities to decide what the truth was and filter it for people. It's a horrifying program. All of Track F, in my
100%
view,
true.
should be eliminated, and I think there should be an investigation to figure out when.
No. Hold up. That is 100% true, because here's the thing. Tim Pool ran Timcast IRL. He was going to get NewsGuard certified. NewsGuard went through his shit and scored him an 87 out of 100. He's like, yo, what the fuck for? And he's like, they're like, because of this, this, and this. And he's just like, I am quoting literal articles that have said this before, and you're dinging me for it. And they're like, yeah, take it or leave it.
In the world were they thinking when they created a program to basically have the taxpayers subsidize the creation of elaborate censorship tools that included the use of AI in creating that censorship?
So taxpayers are actually paying for the government to help private companies censor their free speech.
Yeah, and then the idea was that they were just going to, give these tools to Facebook and X and others to use, or to give them to Microsoft and others to use. It's awful stuff. And by the way, it also came from Department of Defense. So much of those NSF grants are sort of recycling older DARPA DoD projects.
When I coached T-ball, the kids shared helmets. And so occasionally there'd be an outbreak of lice, and we'd comfort the parents by saying it's not a sin to get lice, it's a sin to keep lice. So with these Track F grants, later today, I plan to reintroduce my bill to eliminate those. And I want to make a plea to the White House and anybody in the executive branch who's listening, or anybody at DOJ, you need to go after these Track F grants and defund anything that's says mis, dis, or malinformation. Those are all, in my opinion, Orwellian terms. Also, we have an omnibus coming up in March where I'm scared to death. We're going to refund all of these things. We're basically going to feed the lice that were contracted in the last administration. But this isn't just limited to NSF grants. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, within DHS is a flagrant violator of free speech. They have things like election integrity partnership. Mr. Taibbi, can you tell us anything about this? What's going on at DHS or CISA?
Yeah, so CISA was the, well, as we've found in the Twitter files, the Election Integrity Partnership was run by Stanford. They had 4 partners, including the Center for an Informed Public, University of Washington, Graphica, the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Labs, but they partnered with CISA and the Global Engagement Center at the State Department. And we found in the Twitter files, and also Chairman Jordan also found some emails to get, basically saying that this EIP project was founded at the behest of DHS. This essentially EIP was a CISA created project, or it was a CISA sort of sponsored project. And it was, you know, it's essentially a content moderation removal operation that was sponsored by the American taxpayer.
Another example of American taxpayers unwittingly knowing, well, unwittingly, without knowing, funding their own violation or deprivation of their First Amendment rights. Mr. Shellenberger, can you explain how you traced USAID funding that served as the basis for Whistleblower report in 2019, which led to the impeachment of President Trump?
Sure. Well, you may remember that the so-called whistleblowers in the White House was actually a CIA analyst. And in that whistleblower's complaint, which led to the impeachment, one of the central pieces of evidence was created by a USAID funded and controlled organization called the OCCRP. And we have another piece out today about how it participated in the Russiagate hoax as well, creating essentially very important information leading to that. So, I mean, you have in USAID a much larger fund of money and a much broader strategy for information control that included censorship, but also, as I mentioned, taking control of investigative journalism really worldwide. I mean, its ambitions were, you know, amazing. So yeah, I mean, that's an agency. When we saw that get shut down by DOJ, I thought that was completely appropriate. If there's something in there that it was doing that's valuable, then you could refund it later. But my view, same thing with CISA, death penalty for organizations that participated in violations of the First Amendment like CISA. Cybersecurity is an extremely important function. It shouldn't be contaminated and undermined by censorship activities.
Well, I think it's always been known that our government has funded the change in administrations, if we can say it politely, of other governments. But isn't it borderline treason when the taxpayer is, when organizations entrusted with protecting our country are now undermining our own government?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're trying to do regime change, illegal, if you're weaponizing DHS, FBI, CISA, that's treasonous regime change activities redirected, you know, that you developed abroad, that we developed abroad for regime change, directed against the American people and our representatives. I mean, it's shocking, and we still haven't dealt with it as a country.
Mr. Chairman, I see my time.
Come on now. I've been calling it out. Y'all wonder why I was screaming it. He laid it out fucking perfectly. I want to go back because had I listened to this, I didn't know Mr. Massie was fucking next on this. Had I listened to this in the first point, I caught this as a clip that I had seen. And I was like, wait, this looks familiar. That's judiciary. Let me look it the fuck up. But I want to bring it back. I want to bring back that entire fucking point. Every fucking bit of it. Because I will tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, whether you like him or not, Massie really is fighting for you. whether you like his decisions or not, take a step back and actually ask yourself why he's voting that way. Because for whatever reason, it still is going to help you.
Structure. Well, I do think there's a danger that they fall each.
Fuck you. Hold on.
National Science Foundation, specifically known as Track F grants. Can you tell us more about those censorship activities conducted associated with these grants?
Yeah, this was the National Science
What
Foundation's
up,
Track F
Spud?
was basically to create censorship tools that would become sort of the middleware to, such as, NewsGuard, for example, is the most famous of which, or the Global Disinformation Index. The idea is to essentially impose on people's systems, either directly through their computers or adopted by social media companies, a set of tools that would allow centralized authorities to decide what the truth was and filter it for people. It's a horrifying program. All of Track F, in my view, should be eliminated. And I think there should be an investigation to figure out what in the world were they thinking when they created a program to basically have the taxpayers subsidize the creation of elaborate censorship tools that included the use of AI in creating that censorship.
So taxpayers are actually paying for the government to help private companies censor their free speech.
Yeah, and then the idea was that they were just going to, give these tools to Facebook and X and others to use, or to give them to Microsoft and others to use. It's awful stuff. And by the way, it also came from Department of Defense. So much of those NSF grants are sort of recycling older DARPA DoD projects.
When I coached T-ball, the kids shared helmets. And so occasionally there'd be an outbreak of lice, and we'd comfort the parents by saying it's not a sin to get lice, it's a sin to keep lice. So with these Track F grants, later today, I plan to reintroduce my bill to eliminate those. And I want to make a plea to the White House and anybody in the executive branch who's listening, or anybody at DOJ. You need to go after these Track F grants and defund anything that's says mis, dis, or mal information. Those are all, in my opinion, Orwellian terms. Also, we have an omnibus coming up in March where I'm scared to death. We're going to refund all of these things. We're basically going to feed the lice that were contracted in the last administration. But this isn't just limited to NSF grants. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, within DHS is a flagrant violator of free speech. They had things like election integrity partnership. Mr. Taibbi, can you tell us anything about this? What's going on at DHS or CISA?
Yeah, so CISA was as we've found in the Twitter files, the election integrity partnership was run by Stanford. They had 4 partners, including the Center for an Informed Public, University of Washington, Graphica, the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Labs, but they partnered with CISA and the Global Engagement Center at the State Department. And we found in the Twitter files, and also Chairman Jordan also found some emails basically saying that this EIP project was founded at the behest of DHS. This essentially EIP was a CISA created project, or it was a CISA sort of sponsored project. And it was, it's essentially a content moderation removal operation that was sponsored by the American taxpayer.
Another example of American taxpayers unwittingly, without knowing, funding their own violation or deprivation of their First Amendment rights. Mr. Shellenberger, can you explain how you traced USAID funding that served as the basis for Whistleblower report in 2019, which led to the impeachment of President Trump?
Sure. Well, you may remember that the so-called whistleblower in the White House was actually a CIA analyst. And in that whistleblower's complaint, which led to the impeachment, one of the central pieces of evidence was created by a USAID funded and controlled organization called the OCCRP. And we have another piece out today about how it participated in the Russiagate hoax as well, creating essentially very important information leading to that. So, I mean, you have in USAID a much larger fund of money and a much broader strategy for information control that included censorship, but also, as I mentioned, taking control of investigative journalism really worldwide. I mean, its ambitions were, amazing. So yeah, I mean, that's an agency when we saw that get shut down by DOJ, I thought that was completely appropriate. If there's something in there that it was doing that's valuable, then you could refund it later. But my view, same thing with CISA, death penalty for organizations that participated in violations of the First Amendment like CISA. Cybersecurity is an extremely important function. It shouldn't be contaminated and undermined by censorship activities.
I think it's always been known that our government has funded the change in administrations, if we can say it politely, of other governments. But isn't it borderline treason when the taxpayer when organizations entrusted with protecting our country are now undermining our own government?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're trying to do regime change, illegal, if you're weaponizing DHS, FBI, CISA, that's treasonous regime change activities redirected, that we developed abroad for regime change, directed against the American people and our representatives. I mean, it's shocking, and we still haven't dealt with it as a country.
Now, before we go on any further, I want to bring it back to this. Shout out to Mr. Sweeney. You have proven your point, sir. You have proven your point to me. This can be easily weaponized. And I get it. And I'm going to show you how easily weaponized this could be. But this is something that needs to be brought up. And it needs to be dealt with. Wait a minute. What the fuck? There we go. View tab. There we go. Okay, I got it right. 18 U.S. Code 2381, treason. Whoever, owing allegiance to the United States, levies war against them. Let's take a pause. Them means the citizens of this country. There ain't no way in hell you can sit there and tell me that the founding fathers of this country had wrote in every other document but the word treason written into the Constitution of the United States of America means against the federal government. There's no way you can convince me of that. It's not an argument to be had. So levies war against them, meaning the people of the United States of America. Okay. Let's break this down a little bit. Warfare can consist of many things. When you hear a levies war against them, you think you're shooting bullets downrange at everybody, grenades going off everywhere, tanks rolling in. That's what you think warfare, right? You do realize that we have like 5th, 6th, 7th generational warfare, informational, psychological, financial kind of warfare. You realize that's a thing too, right? You realize that's what the CIA does in other countries to make their people revolt, to cause an uprising in their area. That's what they do. Informational warfare. How much did they lie about? How much did our federal fucking government lie about for the past goddamn decade? At least that. The psychological warfare. Because of those lies, because of censoring everything, because of getting the real truth suppressed so they could push a fucking narrative of Orange Man bad and everything that we were saying before, well, that's bad because Orange Man is saying that's bad. That's where it comes into the psychological. Because let's be honest, nobody really gave a fuck about politics until 2020 was around. They locked you down, they shoved it in your face, and now here you are. Now you're starting to understand what the fuck's happening, but you're still looking around like, well, this seems crazy. That seems crazy. All of this seems crazy until you realize the fact that it is warfare on you as an American citizen. Well, why is it warfare on you as an American citizen? If I, as an elected representative, just did willy-nilly whatever the fuck I wanted and made you think through psychological warfare that it was within your best interest, did I not just levy war against you as a voter? If I were taking your money and voting on sending all these Ukraine packages overseas and telling you it's a good thing, even though only 30% of that funding has reached the fucking front lines and Ukraine is now drafting into their fucking army their elderly. But yet we need to fund that, right? But if I spin that in a good psychological way to make you think that Russia is literally the Antichrist, Satan incarnate, however the fuck you want to put it, whatever you want to think with it. When literally the motherfucker took over the areas he wanted and hasn't moved in over a year, other than to just draw forces away from a major attack. But you wouldn't know that because they don't tell you that. Look it up. Look at the Ukrainian war map, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the fucking history of it, look at the Ukrainian war map. Russia took over the areas that they wanted to have that fucking warm water port into Sevastopol, and that was it. They were done. And they have been done. They won the war a long time ago. Can we end the killing? But the fact that our elected representatives pass bills that you don't want, these relief aid packages where your money is just willy-nilly spent wherever the fuck, nobody can really point anything down at that. That's funneled into that country beyond your control. And you're told to take it, bend over, take it in the ass by both sides and make you argue over who's the better rapist. Would that not be psychological warfare? And the fact that you fund all this against your will, is that not financial warfare? For decades, the federal government has been waging war against you. I'm sorry, levying war against you. Because they've been pushing you into that area. They haven't been waging it because it hasn't been all out until right now. But they have been levying war. They've been pushing you to that point for a good amount of time. Anyway, thank you for the $5 dono, Jennifer. Many thanks, Senpai. Happy Valentine's Day. Wait, wrong V-Day holiday. Know what? I mean, the one, that one. Good night. Take it easy. You have a good night. And I appreciate the fuck out of you. It was a great reading tonight. We had a lot of fun. But let's get back to what we were talking about here. I hit that one up. Now, here's the thing that really catches everybody. And this is one thing that, you know, it catches everybody up when you talk about the warfare. Oh, treason. Oh, it's all about warfare. If we're not at war with them, so you're gonna sit there and Sweeney did make a good point, but I'll still bring it up. For every other one of you who don't know the argument he had for this, so you're gonna sit there and tell me that if I gathered up all of our national secrets, every single bit of it, everything that we could ever fucking have, digital, otherwise, documents. I gathered it all up, and I ran to somewhere like Russia or China, and I gave him everything, military, everything. I give him all that. I didn't commit treason, even though we're not at war. I did not commit treason. Did I not give aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States within its borders or elsewhere? Y'all have to track it back for his answer for that. It was a good weasel way out. I'm not going to admit. I will admit. It was a good weaselly way out. But it's an example of a law on top of a law. Whereas what he would say he would prosecute me under would get me less time. Would get me less of an offense than prosecuting me under this. Now, however, what tripped me up on this when we were talking to an ex-CIA lawyer was the fact that this can be easily weaponized. And here is how it can be easily weaponized. And again, why I am so, I guess you could say, flippantly able to say this and it's still correct. Whoever owing allegiance to the United States levies war against them, or that two-letter word, that's the difference, or meaning giving an alternative to, adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason and shall suffer death, or shall be imprisoned no less than 5 years and fined under this title, but not less than $10,000, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. Giving them aid and comfort. You mean like funding both sides of every fucking war since World War II? Giving them aid and comfort. You mean like the media telling you everything is fine, the border's not a problem for 3 fucking years? They've been flooding our country with alleged military-aged people to the point to where we have Tren de Aragua taking out fucking communities. Now, granted, that has been being pushed back right now because our FBI is actually fucking doing something, but when they allow that to happen, are they not giving aid and comfort to the people who want you dead? Now, see how easily that can be weaponized in a situation like that? Because I could be leaving out a whole bunch of situations, which I did not in this whole situation. Every bit of this, every bit of what I just said is what fucking happened. We can delve out the details, and I can make a stronger argument if you want me to for a lot of fucking Congress. I can make a strong argument for you and for me as to how even I have committed treason against the United States of America. Sweeney hit me with that, and he's right. It can be easily weaponized, and I can weaponize it against my damn self. Me right here doing this. I am committing treason. Because if we are to listen to the government, everything that I have said within this little rant about treason, I have given aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States by saying Russia hasn't moved in over a year and a half. So why the fuck are we funding this shit? The temple thing? I'm just saying. It's easily weaponized, but examples do need to be made. I'm sorry, when you got your federal fucking government doing this shit to you, examples do need to be made. All you need is a couple. They should be held to a higher standard than us. So if I can easily make an argument for me as to how I committed treason against the United States, you're not above and beyond it.
Mr. Chairman, I see my time has expired. I'd like to introduce into the record, or ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record, an article in Newsmax, Shellenberger, USAID paid for Trump impeachment effort, dated February 6, 2025.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. Today's hearing entitled Censorship Industrial Complex. It's
Wait a minute. You haven't given any material aid to our enemies, and what constitutes an enemy from a legal standpoint? You're going to sit there and tell me in Russia and China have never been an enemy to us? Iran has never been an enemy to us? We have never classified them as an enemy? Never mind the fact the funding that we were giving Iran, propping them up as an enemy. We were giving the enemy nation of Iran money. That is an enemy by federal standard, by what they say. And we were funding them. We are. We're funding them. We have trade agreements with China, trade agreements with Russia. But money is fungible. What you give me because of this reason, I can fund for that reason. Because now it is technically and legally mine. Doesn't matter how I funnel it. I will be held accountable within my own country for what I do. Oh, wait, I'm a communist country and I can do whatever the fuck I want, right? So this $6 billion in humanitarian fucking aid you give me, let's just buy a whole bunch of rockets and shit like that. And we'll just go ahead and we'll siphon that money from that, knowing it's going to come from another area. That'll be a boost in that. That'll be taken care of. Therefore, ipso facto, you are funding the same thing you're fighting.
It's puzzling to me that when we're talking about censorship and denial of First Amendment rights, we're talking.
Oh, no. I get what I'm saying. Me personally, am I not giving aid and comfort by saying Russia's really not a problem right now? Russia's not a thing to us at this point in time. Am I not giving aid and comfort by letting you know? Let your guard down a little bit? Because they're not the thing? I mean, come on, they are an enemy. If I'm going to give any kind of information just to let you know, you can drop your guard a little bit. You can relax. You can take a second, take a little breather. They are an enemy. It's a reach. But Mike, you know the court system. Would me, somebody like me who spouts off the same shit I did, held up in the court systems like DC, do you think I would have a fair fucking trial? Because what I am saying is technically breaking the law. Because you could say I'm inciting violence. You can say I am inciting an uprising. by letting you know, hey, technically this is fucking treason. And explaining why it could be to the layman fucking term. That's illegal. And I would be trying to insurrect the government, would I not? I'm a talking head trying to raise an army.
The witnesses here from the majority seem to be stuck on Hunter Biden's laptop, mentioning it repeatedly, but nothing uttered about what has been transpiring since
It would be.
January 20th.
In
when
our
this
standard,
president
no.
was inaugurated.
But that could be an argument.
You know, free speech necessarily means freedom of the press. And co-president Trump has been talking for years about...
I want to address that for a second. You're right. As it stands right now, if this were to go to court, if I were to go to court and they were just like, hey, this, and this, and now this motherfucker was actually just trying to be truthful as much as he understands. However, that bloodlust you feel, imagine if it were against this motherfucker who said Guam would tip over if you put 12,000 troops on the other, on one side of an island. Granted, it would be a popularity contest, but do you think it would survive regardless of if he actually committed treason or not? Just because of your bloodlust? Just because you want your pound of flesh? Now, I'm going to sit here and say, out of everything that I've heard from Johnson, other than maybe voting to send your tax monies over to fund all this shit, has he done something or said something outright treasonous? No. Absolutely not. Because he's a blithering fucking idiot. And he carries that torch. People want his blood.
The press being the enemy of the people. Mr. Aaron, what impact has the president repeatedly calling the press the enemy of the people had on our free speech?
Well, I think it's very chilling. I think it's a big problem when the most powerful person in the country, who is tasked with upholding the Constitution and the...
Michael? Absolutely not. And that is my biggest fucking problem. The stupidity triggers the fuck out of me. But if you gave me 2 strips of bacon instead of 3 and I beat the living shit out of you because of it, there's no recourse for that. However, if my entire life you were stealing half of my income and it comes out 100% proof of that, I cannot be held liable for my actions because that is tantamount to indentured servitude. Context, brother.
First Amendment repeatedly goes out of his way to threaten journalists for asking hard questions, to sue news organizations because he simply doesn't like their conclusions. I think this is a real overreach.
I use that because I snapped for that reason.
Journalists out there actually trying to report on this administration, as I assume is intended to do.
And he's been doing more than simply attacking journalists. He's also been threatening confidential sources of journalists. How does that chill free speech?
Well, I do worry about any administration. And
I can't believe that son of a bitch actually asked that. When in the weaponization of the federal government, I think it was the 3rd hearing that they had, Stacy Plaskett had demanded that Michael Shellenberger give her his sources to verify what he was saying. She demanded that an accredited fucking journalist give up sources in the halls of goddamn Congress. I can't believe he just went there.
And, I've worked with folks on this side of the dais over problems of the government trying to go after whistleblowers, trying to force reporters to hand over their sources. There were new regulations put into place during the Biden administration that, I hope offer some greater levels of protection. I don't know if those are going to survive the new administration. I know members of this committee have supported the Press Act, have supported important protections for journalists. We need those because at a moment like this,
Take it
we
easy,
are
Paula.
reliant on whistleblowers to know what's happening.
And we're also reliant on inspectors general who are essential for an ethical and transparent government. Yet during his first week in office, Co-President Trump illegally fired 17
You're not wrong.
inspectors generals over 18 different federal agencies. And just yesterday, he fired the 18th inspector general. A day after that inspector general from USAID released a report detailing the wasteful impacts of Trump's chaotic and illegal funding freeze and stop work order. The message was clear that if you speak out, you will be fired. Co-presidents Musk and Trump clearly want to shroud their administration's actions from public scrutiny while they illegally freeze federal funds, purge federal workers, and rummage through sensitive private data that they can use to retaliate against any critics who dare to speak up. I'm concerned about the firing of the watchdogs who dare to speak up. Just this past week, this Inspector General fired for revealing more than $489 million in food assistance that was at risk of spoilage or potential diversion after the Trump administration implemented its aid freeze and stop work order. The very next day, he was fired, as I said. Do you agree?
Yo, what the fuck? There's got to be a twist to this one. Hold up. Which staffer? Which fucking staffer? That's a good fucking argument. Which goddamn staffer, Johnson?
That it chills freedom of speech and independent oversight when inspectors general are fired literally the day after they release a critical report? And what message do you think that it sends to other whistleblowers who might come forward?
Well, it sends a message to whistleblowers that nobody may be there to listen to you or protect you. I think the Inspector General system is incredibly important at exposing government wrongdoing, no matter who's in power. These are supposed to be independent people. It's my understanding that moves against them are supposed to come before Congress. Congress is supposed to be informed before it happens, and that hasn't happened here. So the wholesale of removal of inspector generals at a time when there's so much confusion and chaos about what's happening, I think is very, very dangerous. And I hope that this committee and others with jurisdiction here in Congress will be looking very carefully at these decisions.
There was the twist. There was the twist. It was who he was asking the question to. Notice again, Hank Johnson has only talked to this asshole.
I know the courts are starting to get involved, but if we don't have these independent watchdogs, we won't know what's happening. In many cases, the press won't know what's happening because they're relying on the kind of information that an inspector general can get that nobody else
He
has
was
access
defending the
on the
censorship,
outside.
Michael.
I tell you, I know that if inspectors general had been terminated by a Democrat and this committee, as it is now, was under the control of Republicans, these Republicans would be through the roof about it. They would be, they would not allow it to happen, but it is troubling that they are so transactional now that they don't believe in the Constitution. They just simply will follow whoever's sitting in that seat who can accomplish their political objectives, and then to hell with the Constitution. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Taibbi, do you have any idea how many?
The hell with the Constitution. Isn't that what you've done with your entire career, though, Johnson? I'm just saying. I can track it all back. The hell with the Constitution should be your fucking motto.
Many people work at the United States Department of Treasury?
Oh, I don't. I'm sorry.
108,376. And part of the Department of Treasury, of course, is the Internal Revenue Service. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, big part, frankly. Big part. Thousands of people work there too. And on December 24th, 2022, one of those 108,376 employees at the Department of Treasury decided they were going to start an investigation into you. Is that right?
Yes.
Yo, hold up. I'm going to bring this up right now. Behind Jordan right there, sitting behind that is Representative Eli Craig. He's not part of the Judiciary Committee. Either he's had some hand in this kind of questioning from Jordan, or this motherfucker's putting in overtime. Now, he is one of those unsung hero badasses. But either he had a hand in this questioning, or this motherfucker's putting in overtime for you.
That's my understanding.
And that just happened to coincide with the day you did one of the Twitter files. I think one of the important ones. I think it might maybe in the second one, if I'm second or third, but one of those important Twitter files. Is that right?
Yes, it was. It was.
And then a few months later, you're sitting in that same seat testifying in front of this committee. And the very time you're testifying, another one of those 108,376 people knock on your door. Unannounced visit to your home, which, by the way, they've discontinued because of this issue and a bunch of other crazy things they were doing. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Just for the record, they actually owed you money, right? You didn't do anything wrong. Is that
They
accurate?
did. They owed me
You
quite a
gotta
lot
check.
of money.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make that clear. But obviously, a way to intimidate someone who is focusing on this issue we're discussing today, right?
Yes.
Now, we just got an order from a judge. The judge in the Southern District of New York said that no political appointees or special government employees can have access to information. 108,376 people can have access to information, but the people the President of the United States selects, the guy who's elected by 77 million people, he can't preliminary injunction against the defendants during the pendency of this from granting any political appointees, special government employees from any access to that information. I don't know about you, Mr. Shellenberger. I find that kind of troubling. 108,000 people can do it, at least one of them, Christmas Eve. We got a federal government employees working hard on Christmas Eve, probably remotely working, going after Mr. Taibbi. But the President of the United States can't have people go in and look and see if we can save some money for the taxpayers. He can't do that according to this judge. Think that makes sense, Mr. Shellenberger?
It doesn't. I mean, my understanding is that the president controls the executive branch and the executive branch
Article
agencies.
2, Section 1, very first sentence, executive power shall be vested in the president, in a president of the United States of America. First sentence.
Yep.
Yeah, but this judge says, no. We got to trust the bureau. This is the fundamental issue. Do you trust the unelected bureaucrats, I think with Mr. Tiffany and Mr. McClintock, or do you trust the guy who was elected by the people? And that's where I would rather put our trust in the people who they put in office to do these kind of things. Now, you mentioned earlier, I'm going to jump around here and try to get to all of you, Mr. Shellenberger. You mentioned that USAID, which has been in the news of late, spending taxpayer money on all kinds of stupid things, is also involved in the censorship effort. And I want you to just elaborate on that a little bit, because this is going on as we speak. I want you to elaborate on that for the committee, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to understand that USAID viewed this very holistically. And it's important, if you look at the Hunter Biden laptop case, which is an extremely important case to understand, because the FBI was weaponized, then it weaponized the Aspen Institute to brainwash the entire media. It wasn't just that they censored it. It was that they changed the perception of the laptop. They created the perception that it was something other than what it obviously was. And that's what these guys are trying to do. These are called information operations, and USAID has been in the process of taking over so-called independent investigative journalism around the world, and at the same time then training NGOs how to demand censorship. For example, Mr. Aaron's organization has been working to train organizations to so-called flag misinformation behind the scenes. By the way, it's one thing to criticize somebody publicly, which we should all be engaged in.
Yeah.
But this thing where you're skulking around,
We do that all the
and
time.
secretly, yeah, that's what open democracy is. This thing of going out and like secretly flagging information behind the scenes and demanding censorship, that's completely an abomination. That is not what
I just
our
want to be clear.
democracy is about.
You're saying USAID, your investigation is now engaged in this pre-bunking kind of concept and process that they did with the laptop story in the fall of 2020.
And it's the exact same approach as well, where often what they're doing, for example, with USAID, OCCRP, is that they're leaking intelligence from the intelligence agencies in a very, and not like WikiLeaks where they just dumped it, I think probably too much without the proper redactions, but they're strategically leaking it and then manipulating places like The Guardian and the New York Times to publish certain stories and control the whole investigative news process.
And we saw this from Yoel Roth's testimony.
You heard that, right? Now, y'all know what I do behind the scenes. Some of y'all know what I do behind the scenes. You heard that, right? What up, Tony? Hey, see you in the chat, brother. Nacho Mama as well. You heard that, though, right? Some of y'all know what I do behind the scenes. Your federal taxpayer dollars is going towards something that is weighted their way per the federal fucking government's demand.
He testified during these weekly meetings that they federal law enforcement communicated to us there was going to be hack and leak operations before the presidential election, likely in October. We had these, so that what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and then they said here who it's going to involve, that there were rumors that the hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. So they set them all up. And then Shazam, they set them all up because they had the laptop and they knew what was coming. And when it happens, everyone buys into what the 51 former intel officials say.
That's right.
Mr. Subramanian, I want to give you the last word. RFK, I just want you to I appreciate the historical perspective you brought when you testified last Congress. But one of the statements that stuck with this last Congress was actually a statement made by RFK Jr. when he said, when you look at history, it is never the good guys who are for censorship. And that's what we're trying to keep in mind and stop it from both sides, from all sides. We just don't, we want the First Amendment. I'll give you the last 30 seconds here to respond.
Absolutely. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, and when I was here the last time, I think it was a throwaway comment to a representative. It was not even part of my testimony. I don't think so.
Do
I said, the
it.
values of Western civilization are worth fighting for, going back to the Enlightenment and the
Make this
Reformation.
motherfucker start
That
putting
is
shit
what
out.
gave us free speech. That's what distinguishes us from the rest of the world. And the First Amendment in America distinguishes America from the rest of the world. I come from India originally. I live in Canada. I'm from Canada, but I've lived in India. I've lived in the Middle East. I've lived in places where just speaking your mind can send you to prison. You cannot criticize anything that goes against the government or certain religions for that matter. And when I came to the West, it was, refreshing to finally be able to express myself. And unfortunately, what I left behind has come to me in Canada, has followed me to Canada. And I'm seeing that happening in the United States. And it's very worrying because it's happened so quickly. And I don't know where this is going to lead us to.
Yeah, if we can't settle our disputes with debate, the alternative is frightening, and we never want to get there. So I appreciate all of you. I appreciate from both sides. I mean, we want to embrace the First Amendment. Unfortunately, I have to run, Mr. Raskin, I have to run to the House Administration Committee to talk about the budget for this committee. And if you need, I should have said this outside, if any of you need a break, or we'll take it, but just let us know, just communicate with one of our staffers and we'll give you a break. If not, we're going to keep going. And I think it is the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
For the last 3 years, Donald Trump campaigned on lowering your costs. Do they feel lower? Does anything about this hearing get us to lower costs? You were promised cheap eggs, and today you're getting cheap shots. And there's probably no better natural remedy for insomnia than a congressional hearing on anti-censorship. But, Mr. Taibbi, you're here, and would you agree that censorship is the suppression of ideas, words, images, and something that can be conducted by the government?
Great job, Mr. Swallows. Well, you can Google. This is going to get dumb as shit. I know it. I haven't heard this yet. I know it's going to get dumb as shit because this dude. Performative artist. Like, I'm a better actor than this son of a bitch. Not going to lie. I'm a better actor than this son of a bitch ever was. But.
Yeah, it can also not be by the government, but yes.
And you would then agree that it's censorship for any government, Democratic or authoritarian, run by a Democrat or a Republican, to bar the press from covering the government when the press reports something the government doesn't like.
Bar in what way?
Take away their credentials? Take away their access?
So as a long time, I started my career as an independent journalist. Journalists who whine about not being credentialed should recognize that being on the outside is part of what being in the press is. I'm not terribly sympathetic to people who complain about that issue.
So if you report something that
well
a government
said
doesn't like and they take away access that others have, that's not censorship.
You can still cover it. That's not censorship.
Okay. And banning books, is that censorship?
Banning books is censorship.
So this topic is more complicated than the hearing title would suggest. And I would argue the difference between a Democratic approach and Democratic activists on this issue and Republicans is that as Democrats seek to attack mis and disinformation, it's because their perception of information is that it is a means to the truth. And for many Republicans, they believe that information is a means to power. And so they are primarily concerned with using information, whether it's disinformation or misinformation, as long as it gets them to power, they're okay with it. And it's difficult to try and litigate what do you do with mis and disinformation. And I will be honest with you. Sometimes Democratic voices object too much to mis and disinformation. A lawyer once told me when I was a young prosecutor that I was jumping out of my seat too much, objecting to conduct by the defense attorney. And while I was probably legally right, it was just annoying the jury and that I should pick my battles. So I get frustrated too sometimes when it feels like the penalty flag is being thrown too often.
Jesus
However,
Christ.
There is a difference though between censoring somebody because you disagree with them. I'll credit Chairman Jordan. He and I have had some spirited debates in this hearing room. Sometimes they've gotten quite personal by both of us. And sometimes when I land a point, he gets upset. His staff gets upset, but he takes it like a man. And he'll make his point right back at me. And I take it like a man. You know who doesn't take it like a man?
Fang Fang.
Donald Trump. Because he's not a man. He's a
I'm sorry. You take it like a man? This swallows well. Your whole goddamn hard on for Orange Man was because he tanked your fucking presidential fucking run in 2020 with the Fang Fang situation that literally happened in 2015. Nobody knew about it until his ass. I love this fucking freeze frame. It looks like his lips are separated from his entire mouth. It's weird. It's a suckerfish on an octopus limb. Wait, what? That is a... his mouth is a suckerfish on an octopus limb. or suckerfish. Sucker, the little sucker things. God damn it. Anyway, this stupid son of a bitch literally was fucking a Chinese spy during the campaign, the Chinese spy campaign series that was going on from 2011 to 2015. No harm, no foul. But this son of a bitch was squealing like a pig right before he was nutting every time. By the way, there were 4 other Democratic officials and 2 Midwest mayors that were unnamed in that whole goddamn situation. They were passing her around and spit roasting this whore like it was something to do.
Child. He's a small child. And he views censorship as a mean to get rid of people who disagree with him. He wants to get rid of judges who disagree with him. He said that as recently as yesterday. Speaker Johnson is backing him up by suggesting that judges should just pause in interpreting his violations of the Constitution. Trump goes after his perceived political opponents. I know when I was a part of the Russia investigation, his DOJ subpoenaed my emails and my cell phone records. He's a petty, punitive child. And I can recognize a toddler because I'm a parent of 3 of them. And I recognize the same behavior. And yes, censorship is occurring, but it's self-censorship. And it's by you all. Because I hear you in our private conversations when you agree that Trump is a child. I hear the people you tell that Trump is a child, whether it's lobbyists or reporters. But you shrink in this room and you shrink in the chamber and you self-censor yourselves from speaking out because you're afraid. And he's laughing at you that you take him so seriously because he's unserious. He's laughing that you think he is so powerful because he's weak. He's laughing that you think he is so big because he's quite small. So we need you. We need your voices right now. It can't just be this side. We're all in to speak up. And we need you to speak up too. Otherwise, we are all out of freedom. And I yield.
I want to point this out before he yields back. I want to point this out. ABC News. This is another $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 fucking poster board that was done off your taxpayer dollars. It's in print. Damn good fucking quality. That's a good amount of fucking money done off your taxpayer dime just for him to put in the background. ABC News. Johnson says court should step back and let Doge work. Quote, I think the court should step back and allow the process to play out, Johnson said in a news conference today. How the fuck is that a bad image? No. Hold on, Swallowwell. I want you to explain it to me. What in the back of your cognitively deficient fucking mind made you think that that would be a bad statement to make me cringe and whinge and shit my pants? I'm sorry, quote, and I think the court should should take a step back and allow the process to play out. You mean doing business as the way the federal government should do is a bad thing? Is that the image you want to portray to me, Swallowwell? It didn't work the way you planned it. And it's pathetic as fuck that you think you can actually sit up here for 5 goddamn years now. You have been jerking your dick off to the fact that you can sit up here and try to smear Orange Man Because no matter the fucking hearing, no matter that, 100 fucking % of the time, you will always try to shit on Donald Trump. And it always makes you look like the douchebag in the corner yelling and screaming, the bully who thinks he's doing something, the stupid motherfucker who tries to make fun of you, the retarded asshole in the corner who tries to get one over on you and laughs at himself because he thinks he's done something. That's Swalwell.
Yield back. Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. I'm going to recognize myself for the next 5 minutes. Mr. Taibbi, the Twitter files showed how the State Department's Global Engagement Center, and I know you've done some reporting on this, initially created to counter the foreign disinformation campaigns, ended up censoring American speech directly and by proxy. You know, it was established in 2016, $61 million, 120 employees. And what we found now through further reporting is that at the exit of the Biden administration, they kind of shifted things around to make sure that it was still viable and still could operate. Can you just explain kind of in general what your reporting discovered and what you've seen since then?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Congressman. The Global Engagement Center, which was an organization that was unknown to us when we started the Twitter files, and it started off as a counterterrorist organization. A source that I spoke to that had worked there described the transformation of their mission as CT to CP, counterterrorism to counterpopulism. We found Global Engagement Center reports on a variety of topics within the Twitter files. They also worked with the Stanford Internet Observatory and the Election Integrity Partnership. And at the end of this year, they were set to expire and be defunded. But essentially what happened was they took the same amount of employees, they renamed themselves R/FEME, and they scattered the employees physically throughout the building in different places to make it impossible or make it more difficult to eradicate the agency. Now, I'm not sure how that has all panned out. My understanding is that ultimately this will be defunded, but those personnel and that money still exists, and they still have exactly the same mission that was delineated for them in 2018 by legislation.
And it was the way that they utilized what was called bad speech and good speech, right? Can you describe how they kind of manipulated things that was presented to the American public? And a lot of this was initiated during COVID, right?
Yeah, so the Global Engagement Center, and they had a really important, I think, innovation in the whole evolution of the digital censorship movement. They put out these reports. Some of them were sort of old school intelligence reports where they actually used sources to identify accounts that were reasonably linked to foreign governments or foreign intelligence or might be bots. But then they had this concept they called the information ecosystem. And that just drew in accounts whose messages were too much in sync with those other accounts. And as a result, we had people who were completely innocent and in many cases were prominent politicians, like there were prominent Democratic politicians in Italy, for instance, and in France, who were deemed to be part of the Russian ecosystem or the Iranian ecosystem or the Chinese ecosystem. This is just old school guilt by association, and it was part of their method. We found this repeatedly in their reports.
Yeah, the last question I had was, so as the Biden administration leaves and they morph this group into another kind of different size organization, I mean, the fact of the matter is, I mean, this is a perfect target for what DOJ is looking at right now, because there's no way to really reform these organizations, especially because it's part of the State Department. So it would be something that Secretary Rubio would absolutely have to go in and either rework start to finish or just eliminate it. Is that correct?
I would think so. And again, the process of scattering the organization throughout the building, and this is a prime example of how it's so difficult to eradicate these institutions once they've taken hold.
Yeah, Mr. Shellenberger, I'll just ask you kind of the final question, and that was just, you talked earlier about these types of organizations that are embedded, and then how do you eliminate them? How do you change them?
I mean, you really have, I mean, my view is that you have to shut them down and reconstitute them with different rules, different leadership, personnel as policy. So, I mean, you can't have somebody heading up CISA that thinks it's their job to go around and to censor their fellow Americans. You've got to have somebody there that's really committed to cybersecurity, which is in their name twice. That's how supposedly committed they are to it. So any organization that has that level of mission drift, I think you got to shut it down and reconstitute it later. And I hope Congress considers doing that.
Thank you very much. My time has expired.
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous consent request.
Yeah, Ms. Crockett.
We have heard over and over today that the government was coercing social media companies to take down specific content, mainly targeting conservatives. You and I both know this is not true because not one of the dozens of witnesses.
Point of order. What is
Ms.
the
Crockett, what is the what's the UC request, Ms. Crockett?
UC request?
For the record, I would like to introduce excerpts from transcripts of interviews with witnesses from the social media companies who this committee interviewed last Congress. They all testified that there was no direct
You just need to put the document in. Point of order, doesn't she just need to put the document in to the record?
No, I need to.
I don't believe that she needs to include any
I'm asking-
explanation.
Ms. Crockett, go ahead and finish your UC request.
It's May 16th, 2023, transcribed interview with a Meta security policy employee who confirmed that Meta's hack and leak policy
Again,
was
point
not
of order,
mandated.
isn't it just the document that goes in?
Without objection, without objection.
Hold up. Hold up. No. No. I'm freaking out like Will Smith in fucking I Am Legend when he met that fucking dummy out in the middle. No. There ain't no fucking way this bitch is so goddamn calm in this situation. No. I refuse to believe it. No.
The second one
Without
is,
object, it will be, we don't need any further description of the document.
we have multiple.
Without
transcripts.
objection, without objection,
So all of my
Yeah.
transcripts are in.
without objection.
Okay.
I'll go to the gentleman from California who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Trump administration issued a series of executive orders that are brazenly illegal and unconstitutional, and that
No. Hold up. Hold up. I want to max this out. I want to hear something real quick. Give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be loud.
Without objection.
Okay.
I'll go to the gentleman from California who's recognized for 5 minutes.
No, that bitch said something. As soon as she said okay, she turned her head and she said something.
We have multiple.
Without
transcripts.
objection, without objection,
So all of my
Yeah.
transcripts are in.
without objection.
Okay.
I'll go to the gentleman from California who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, she fucking said something. In what goddamn world is Representative Ratchet actually playing nice? No, there ain't no fucking. Okay.
The Trump administration issued a series of executive orders that are brazenly illegal and unconstitutional, and that's why federal judges appointed by Ronald Reagan, George Bush, and Donald Trump himself have halted a number of these orders. And none of these orders are designed to lower inflation or lower your costs. Donald Trump campaigned on lowering prices. He lied to you. Congressional Republicans have also done nothing to lower prices. And this hearing is a prime example. This Republican-controlled Judiciary Committee could hold a hearing on price gouging. The Republicans could hold a hearing on antitrust and how monopolies are using their monopolistic power to raise your prices. But no, we're holding a hearing on Twitter and Facebook, about Twitter and Facebook. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna show you a video now.
Before he shows us that video, Tony, hey, unless we were the majority, that couldn't be a thing. Because people like me, people like you, people like KB, people like Jennifer, people like Glenn, you'd never be able to shut us up. We'd never be able to get anything done because I'd be interrupting this asshole every fucking second I could. Because Ted Lieu is nothing but a goddamn motherfucking puppet. Somebody's got their hand up his ass so far, they're tickling his goddamn tonsils. It's fucking disgusting. Imagine saying that in Congress, man. I could not stop myself from saying these things. This is why my ass would be ejected within the first month. Within the first 2 times I ever fucking spoke. It's it. You're getting out the fucking house. We all eject you. That would be me. Let's go back here.
Of what is at the top of Americans' minds, which is inflation and grocery prices, and specifically the high cost of eggs.
Tonight, shell shock with the price of eggs continuing to soar. The average price for a dozen now more than $5. Eateries coast to coast also feeling the pinch and passing their cost increase to customers. Waffle House diners now paying 50 cents more per egg.
I'd be dying in the
surcharge the company
background from
says will be
laughter or
short-lived.
anger.
We cannot predict how long this shortage will
I'd either
last.
stroke out from either one.
Me personally, I'll just stop eating eggs here.
And since that NBC News report came out, egg prices have increased again. Fox News just recently reported the wholesale price of eggs is now an average of $8.
I love this. I love this. This is how stupid these motherfuckers really think you are. America. You're going to sit there and tell me that every single day Donald Trump wakes up, every single day, he determines the price of eggs. He determines the price of oil. Never mind the fact that something like the price of eggs going up that goddamn much is indicative to the fact that that is 100% one of the most abundant things in this goddamn country is eggs. And if they're through the fucking roof, that's a goddamn problem. Something's broken down in that supply chain to get the most abundant shit to your table. Our abundant shit in America straight to your table. Something is broken down. Could it be that the oil industry had their fuck up? Could it be that the bird flu? Could it be that the Biden administration actually paid our farmers to fucking dig up their crops and burn them? Track that shit the fuck back.
And Donald Trump's indiscriminate tariffs that he's already leveled and threatened to level are making things worse. I'm going to show you a video now of what Donald Trump's tariffs are doing to shoppers at Costco.
Roll it back. All right. Taking everything you see into account. He said this is from a Costco. Costco is actually, it's a place where small businesses get their shit from because you can get shit in bulk at a good price. That's a Asian Oriental woman. Maybe Vietnamese. Can't really tell from just that profile. But that is definitely Eastern. With that much eggs, I'm going to say that's either a Japanese or Chinese restaurant buying up a whole bunch of eggs right now because you've been telling them prices of eggs are going through the fucking roof. They've been slowly boiling in that fucking pot to keep themselves afloat as a small fucking business. And just like toilet paper with COVID, now we're making a run on eggs, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make it fucking worse, right?
Trump's tariff war has turned into an egg war at Costco, everyone fighting for eggs at Costco. I recently went grocery shopping, and the price of eggs were between $7.99 and over $12. And not only were the prices that high, but there were no eggs. There are no eggs.
Did everybody catch a fallacy in his statement? He recently went grocery shopping, and the price was $7.99 to $12. $7.99 to $12. How many motherfucking stores did you go to go grocery shopping here? Sir, we go to one. That's it. I can't stand you motherfuckers for more than 45 goddamn minutes. That's my limit daily for you assholes. How many motherfucking stores did you go to get a range of $7.99 to $12 when you yourself went grocery shopping for your family? Who the fuck does that? That means your stupid ass had to do research into what is the most popular grocery stores in maybe your area. So you went to the lowest and you went to the highest and said that's the range. You stupid son of a bitch.
On their shelves. And that is leading the American people to realize that Donald Trump lied to them and congressional Republicans are not focused on the issue that American people care about. And that's why consumer sentiment has now dropped. And that is a very important factor for the economy. I'm going to show you a video about a recent consumer sentiment report.
This Michigan number, all of them are pretty terrible. The University of Michigan sentiment falls to 67.8 from 71.1. The current conditions index 68.7 from 74, and expectations 67.3 from 69.3. So people are not at this point seeing a lot of strength in the economy, but they are seeing inflation. This is really, really interesting. The Michigan one-year inflation number jumps to 4.3%. That is a 1 percentage point gain in one-year inflation expectations over the January number. 5 to 10-year inflation goes up just a tick to 3.3 from 3.2. But these numbers, we'll have to go under the hood and see exactly where people were upset. But these numbers are not particularly good news for the Fed or for the administration.
And just today, it was announced that inflation increased again. And it's not just on eggs, it's also on meats and poultry and fish, on gasoline, fuel oil, used cars and trucks, prescription drugs, car insurance, and rent. And congressional Republicans are doing nothing to address this issue. So look, do I think it's obnoxious that Twitter bans the term cisgender? You can be punished and suspended for using that term. Sure, it's obnoxious. But that's not what the American people care about. They care about the number one issue, which is inflation.
Yo, how the fuck did we get here? Why did we go to Elon Musk banning the word cisgender to groceries? And how the fuck did we get here?
Same thing last year, same thing this year. And Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are doing nothing to address that issue. In fact, Trump's terrorists are making things worse. So I urge our congressional Republicans to get serious and stop doing dumb hearings. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
I don't understand what the fuck. But hey, y'all need to hear this. Makes a point that Ted lose kind of thing. I'm just gonna throw it up here for you. This comes from Benny Johnson, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, the dude who they tried to assassinate. I want you all to understand. They tried to assassinate this motherfucker. Look it up. You think I'm bullshit? Look it up. Anyway, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin announces that $20 billion in taxpayer funds were just discovered laundered into external financial institutions managed by agents of the Biden admin to finance left-wing NGOs. $7 billion was sent to the entity called Climax United Fund, but Zeldin has now clawed back the money and referred to the case to the Department of Justice.
Hi, this is EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. One of my very top priorities at EPA is to be an excellent steward of your hard-earned tax dollars. There will be zero tolerance of any waste and abuse. An extremely disturbing video circulated 2 months ago featuring a Biden EPA political appointee talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic.
O'Keefe.
Rushing to get billions of your tax dollars out the door before Inauguration Day. The gold bars were tax dollars, and tossing them off the Titanic meant the Biden administration knew they were wasting it. Following this revelation, during my meetings with members of Congress, I made a very important commitment to them and to the American people, which I reiterated at my confirmation hearing that if confirmed, I would immediately get a full accounting. Fortunately, my awesome team at EPA has found the gold bars. Shockingly, roughly $20 billion of your tax dollars were parked at an outside financial institution by the Biden EPA. This scheme was the first of its kind in EPA history, and it was purposefully designed to obligate all of the money in a rush job with reduced oversight. Even further, this pot of $20 billion was awarded to just 8 entities that were then responsible for doling out your money to NGOs and others at their discretion with far less transparency. Just under $7 billion was sent to one entity called the Climate United Fund. I'm sure you and I now have some of the same questions. How do these organizations decide how to allocate funding? How much money have they given out so far and to whom? Are there any former Biden EPA staffers who are now working at these entities? Let me make one thing abundantly clear. At this point, there is zero reason to suspect any wrongdoing by the bank. Here's my position as EPA administrator. The financial agent agreement with the bank needs to be instantly terminated, and the bank must immediately return all of the gold bars that the Biden administration tossed off the Titanic. EPA needs to reassume responsibility for all of these funds. We will review every penny that has gone out the door. I will be referring this matter to the Inspector General's office.
There's a problem with that. Major fucking problem with that. If the banks were to return everything, they run off a 90-10 thing. Whatever you put in your paycheck, however much that goes into your account, they run off a 90-10 situation. 90% of it is a bet that it's going to be there. 10% of it is physically fucking there. Everything else, they loan the fuck out. If they were immediately to turn out everything that they wastefully gave the fuck out, yo, you're talking about the collapse of the financial system. If that I get the point. I get the point. But that goes way too fucking far right there. We've already been hit with interest rate after interest rate hike on everything. Everything has gone through the fucking roof. And then you're just going to say, go ahead and just fucking end it all. Banks, end all be all done. It's not really his point. I get you. No, I don't like that. That's got to be something that's got to be turned out very, I'm sorry, very fucking slowly to at least see what changes happen, how it happens, and ripples downstream. You can't just make a major fucking change to everything, especially financial, and not study what happens after. What you were talking about is the financial fucking collapse, financial collapse of the U.S. economy. No.
And we'll work with the Justice Department as well. The days of irresponsibly shoveling boatloads of cash to far-left activist groups in the name of environmental justice and climate equity are over.
We're in agreement.
The American public deserves a more transparent and accountable government than what transpired these past 4 years. We take our obligations under the law as seriously as it gets. I've directed my team to find your gold bars, and they found them. Now we will get them back inside of control of government as we pursue next steps. As President Trump has vowed, we are going to usher in a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
I don't like the pandering at the end of that. I get the point. I get the point. I get what he's saying, but to pause all of every bit of that, they've already spent it, which means they're going to have to gather it from me and you from the 90% of everything that they've already spent that goes into there to direct deposit fucking accounts from us in the first fucking place. They run off a 90-10 fucking spectrum. 10% of everything that they say that they have on record, 10% of that is physical fucking cash. Everything else they've lent out to everybody else. It's gone. So go ahead and look at your bank account right now. Move that decimal place 1 point to the left. That's what's physically in your account. Everything else, they're banking on the fact that they've lent it out to somebody and you're getting your money back a little bit at a time. That's your Federal Reserve. If you do that shit, that ripple effect is going to fucking hurt. But, like I said, I get it. It needs to happen. Something needs to fucking happen. But what you are proposing with that right there is immediately a kick in the fucking nuts that's going to ripple for a while. Unless you got something to back it up immediately when you kick us in the nuts to just ease that pain.
Recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is so wild to me that when we talk about an issue that so much indicts the Biden administration for the laws they were breaking, that the only thing Democrats can do is call it a dumb hearing, talk about bird flu, and say, here's one that one of my colleagues said, Joe Biden is gone and we need to be looking at what's happening right now. They spent the last 4 years talking about Donald Trump after he left office. And now that the American people got what they wanted, which is another 4 years of Donald Trump, they don't want to talk about Joe Biden. You know, I don't want to talk about Joe Biden either, but I do want to acknowledge the lawfare, the censorship, which is the whole point of this hearing. And, you know, I'll mention, I'm glad that inflation was brought up because I do believe that we're going to finally head in a good direction. But my colleague from California just spent 2 minutes talking about eggs and the cost of eggs. The cost of eggs were up a month ago, which is why the Biden administration appropriated or spent $300 million on bird flu. I'm not even going to blame Joe Biden for the cost of eggs or Donald Trump. We got a bird flu going on. And yeah, it's terrible. But let me tell you something else that's terrible. And that is what this committee uncovered that my colleagues from the left.
You know what? I never found that Ian Presley shit. I just realized that, but it's way past that fucking point now.
Said wasn't a real thing. And that is that big tech platforms changed their content moderation policies because of pressure from the Biden-Harris White House. The Biden-Harris White House's censorship campaign targeted true information, satire, and other content that did not violate the platform's policies. No one on the other side of the aisle has indicated that they have a problem with that. They've complained about Elon Musk, who is a private citizen who runs a private company, perhaps not the way they want him to, but they've not acknowledged that the Biden-Harris White House was pressuring and instructing these companies to censor conservative speech or speech that they did not like. I'd love to insert into the record, I don't know if my colleague from Dallas County inserted this letter from
Let him go.
Meta Zuckerberg on August 26. But he spent 2 whole pages talking about all the things that he was pressured to do by the Biden White House. And this was after Trump said, I'm going to lock up anyone who interferes in this election. My colleague from California mentioned that as if that was some terrible threat to make. I'm going to defend the integrity of the election. Well, after Trump said that, this letter came out as if Mr. Zuckerberg was admitting, which he did, that they'd been breaking the law because the White House had asked them to. Mr. Shellenberger, I'll ask you to comment, if you will. I haven't heard any outcry or condemnation from the left about all this censorship from the Biden White House. I want all the censorship to stop. But what am I missing here?
You're not missing anything. I mean, look, the whole censorship industrial complex was created by Democrats. I mean, it's really quite disturbing and depressing when you think about it. I mean, I was raised on the radical left, and what we had in common with the liberal left was that we supported the Brandenburg ruling. We supported Skokie. We Democrats were supposed to believe in supporting allowing like Nazis to march through neighborhoods of Holocaust survivors. That's what the Supreme Court has upheld. That's how radical America's commitment to free speech is. So when I hear members of Congress complaining that people said something racist online and they weren't censored, I'm offended as an American by that. I mean, free speech is kind of, we do a lot of things badly in the United States. The one thing we do well and have done well for 250 years is protecting free speech. So when you see an entire political party get behind weaponizing government to put their main political rival in prison, create an elaborate censorship industrial complex, run lawfare, run information operations against their fellow Americans, it's very disturbing. And so I think that the fact that we're still talking about what happened, we should be talking about what happened. It was a woke reign of terror for the last 12 years where people were scared to say their mind in public, in private, and we had these elaborate governmental apparatuses in place to aggressively censor behind the scenes using law enforcement organizations to do it. So I think that the fact that we're all still a little upset about that and that we're very concerned about what the Europeans are doing, I think should be a little bit more understandable for those of us that were raised in the true liberal spirit of the left.
I appreciate that. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
I want to pause that for a second. Hold up. Davey sent a link right here. It no longer exists. It says Ashley St. Clair reveals that she had a child with Elon Musk 5 months ago. The link was gone, and I was just like, dude, it's out. He sends me another. Hold on. Elon Musk now up to 13. Thanks. 13 children. This comes from Jack Mack, CFP. Thanks to Friday night's announcement from Ashley St. Clair, Trump 2.0 presidency is a wild ride, not even 50 days in that we know of. Hold up. Not even 50 days. Ma'am? Sir, ma'am, sir, it's sir thing, sir, demon, zimzer, dim, bug self. What? 50 days? Are you talking about since January 1st? Anyway, I don't fucking understand that, but we're just gonna hear what he posted with this little fucking video. Hold up.
We found out tonight that Elon Musk had another kid, this time with an individual, Ashley St. Clair, that he may or may not have met in his Twitter replies. And that is right. You heard that correctly. This is Elon Musk's 13th child. I don't know with how many women. I think it's up to 8 or 9 now. Tonight, in an all-time Friday news dump, Ashley St. Clair released a statement saying, 5 months ago, I welcomed a new baby into the world. Elon Musk is the father. What a sentence. What a 2 sentences for a graphic. I've not previously disclosed this to protect our child's privacy and safety, which makes sense. But in recent days, it has become clear that the tabloid media intends to do so, regardless of the harm it will cause. Now, it is kind of shitty of the media to leak this, but also, if you have a kid with Elon Musk, it's gonna get out. No better way to announce Elon Musk has had another kid than with some Latin. Romulus Maximus, is that what he called himself or something? Kind of pick me from Ashley saying like, oh, please interact with my tweet, Elon. Now, who is Ashley St. Clair? She is somebody I would describe as a conservative influencer. She's very...
I'm just gonna admit it. That was racist as shit. That was incredibly fucking racist as shit, but okay.
Popular, hundreds of thousands of followers across social media platforms. And as the saying goes, if I have a baby with Elon Musk, you won't know, but there will be signs. There were signs on Twitter. She tweeted out, Wagner chief says his forces will pull back. And then he goes, the pullout method, Elon Musk. And then he goes, speaking personally, I obviously prefer the pull-in method. This was June 2023. He got Ashley pregnant about 6 months later. She replied to this, go to horny jail, bonk. He may have went to jail, but it was a 6-month sentence because he got out. Seems like they met for the first time back in May 2023. Ashley once wrote a book, Elephants Are Not Birds. It was a children's book. I think it was a top seller. He had that look in his eye. He was ready to go. But yes, congratulations to these two. I wouldn't even be surprised if Elon Musk has more children than 13 in this world. We just know about 13. Congratulations to Ashley. I'm happy that the baby is healthy. I'd assume they're not going to get married, but who knows? We've seen crazier things. But talk about an all-time Friday news dump. We found out tonight that Elon Musk
I want to call it bullshit, but I can see it happening. Hold up. If we're going to do it, let's do it fairly, right? Okay, so what was the entire quote? 5 months ago, I welcomed a newborn baby into the world. Elon Musk is the father. I have not previously disclosed this to protect our child's privacy and safety, but in recent days, it has become clear that tabloid media intends to do so, regardless of the harm it will cause. Okay. Okay. I get it. I understand it. It's the same thing RFK did. It's the same thing RFK did with the bear story in fucking in Central Park. They hit a bear with the car and then took the car and then found a bike and made it look like somebody got attacked on a bike, and then there was this dead bear that they smashed in the fucking woods and drug. It's a fucking crime bigger than shit. But it sounds like one hell of a good time. And then he's just like, yeah, y'all run that story. That's what actually happened. This is it. This is the same situation. God damn. Does this motherfucker have super nuts? What the fuck is happening? Then again, I do know a man who had a vasectomy for 7 fucking years, then got it reversed, and within 2 months after it was go time, he got his wife pregnant again. 100. Well, I'm not gonna say that it wasn't 100%. It was like a 98.6% match. Motherfucker does have super nuts, so it is possible. This motherfucker has super nuts. Can we? Should that be struck up in the supervillain category or the superhero category? I still want to lean villain with that because it doesn't matter. He's done this shit when he was married. I go with a little bit of a villain on that. That's a little bit leaning towards villain kind of situation because you're supposed to be married. You're supposed to be all about that woman. And you're just apparently smashing whoever, whenever, wherever, just come dumpstering all over the place. Fuck. I don't know how to take this information. But anyway, let's get back to what we were doing.
Unanimous
Gentleman's
consent request.
recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Supreme Court's opinion in Murphy versus Missouri, especially footnote 4, which states that the factual findings about alleged government censorship on social media, quote,
Point of
appear to
order.
be
Doesn't the
clearly
document just
erroneous.
go in?
Without objection, without objection. The gentlewoman from Washington is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are many issues in this committee's jurisdiction that are top of mind for the American people. Like the constitutional crisis that we face when the Vice President suggests that we don't need to listen to the judicial branch, or when the administration takes repeated actions to undermine the Article 1 powers of Congress. Or how about if we use this hearing to take on the giant profiteering corporations that use monopolistic practices to raise prices and drive out competition? Remember when candidate Trump said that he was vowing to reduce prices on day one? Well, here we are, almost 1 month into the Trump presidency, and not only have Republicans done absolutely nothing to lower prices, but their policies are actually driving up prices, as today's financial data showed. But instead of dealing with that, we're here wasting time on repeatedly debunked accusations of censorship, even as the real censorship is happening right before our eyes.
You can see it. The reason why I call her shovel face, you can see it. It's not as clear right here as it is in other things that I can bring it up. From her forehead to her chin in a straight line. The only thing that touches that straight line is her nose. It's like she was looking down like she is right now, and somebody just beat that bitch with a shovel.
Donald Trump's assault on free speech rights through a series of executive orders that dictate terms of allowable expression and identities, demand political loyalty from all civil servants, and punish anyone who dissents. One of the executive orders requires federal government agencies to, quote,
You just
remove
get that
all
curve
statements,
up, right?
policies,
That's what it
regulations,
is.
forms, communications, or other internal
I'll
and
swing
external
that
messages
shit.
that promote or otherwise inculcate gender ideology, and to cease issuing such statements, policies, regulations, forms, communications, or other messages. This executive order has now been used by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to send out guidance prohibiting the
I'm not
use
done.
of terms like gender, transgender, pregnant person, transsexual, and non-binary. Mr. Aaron, how does this lead to direct or indirect censorship of employees in their role as private citizens?
You're not wrong.
I think it's very concerning, Congresswoman, the idea that in order to receive government funding to do scientific research, to provide health care.
Hey, the Raisinets thing. Y'all remember that? Like the Raisinets. The man in the moon from the Raisinets. They had that. Yeah. I'm going to bring it up.
Provide community services that you have to read from an approved list of words, or if you use one of the words that's on the banned list, you could lose your entire funding. You could have to fire your staff. You could have to get rid of essential programs simply to push, speaking of ideology, an ideological agenda. I think that's very, very worrisome and so unnecessarily cruel on top of it.
Transgender individuals constitute a small but important minority of the federal workforce. They serve in public health, economic, and national security positions alongside thousands of non-transgender coworkers. What impact, Mr. Aaron, does censorship of transgender?
No, that's fucking right. That was a McDonald's thing back in the day. Hold up, that Mac tonight. That was it. That was a McDonald's thing. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
Have on the broader federal workforce and its ability to serve the American people?
Well, it forces government employees to essentially go into hiding.
to have to hide who they are and what their identity is, to feel that they're being watched by their colleagues, to essentially ask their colleagues to erase their existence, whether that's from government websites or from the ability to simply meet with other people in the government who may share their identity. I think it's a massive overreach that's really an attack on all of us. It's an attack on all of us.
Another executive order directs the termination of all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the federal government. As a result, staff at the National Science Foundation have been combing through thousands of active science research projects alongside a list of keywords to determine whether or not those grants should be halted. These keywords include words and phrases like activism, equal opportunity, institutional, underrepresented, and get this one, women. Do these actions, Mr. Aaron, constrain academic freedom or the ability of researchers to freely express their views?
You mean the same fucking vectors of vectors of attack that you have actually gone after for culture in American activism? Why the fuck are we funding activism? First of all, women, the Me Too movement. Let's not forget about Brett Kavanaugh, shovel face, Mac tonight. Why the fuck are we funding any of that on the American taxpayer dollars? I mean, that makes goddamn sense, does it not? If that's supposed to be some grassroots fucking bullshit, if that's supposed to be what they told you it was, why the fuck was the federal government funding it? Oh, we found that dark money funnel. And now you have to put up a fight for it. Is so because they searched the term women. That's it. How far? How many other words did they search? How many other words was involved with all of that? You know how many tags are behind the average YouTube fucking video, bitch? At least 500, or at most 500.
It seems to be an insane way to decide what our scientific researchers or other researchers should be studying. The idea of cutting off funding via keyword as opposed to evaluating independent academic projects, as opposed to evaluating, is this a good cure for disease? Are we going to be able to research cancer? And the idea that that could be stymied or cut off because somebody used the wrong word, incredibly chilling.
The NSF funds about 25%.
I'm sorry, let me take that back. At least 500 characters, not 500 tags. 500 characters can be tagged on any kind of keyword for any video on YouTube. And after a few of them, you don't even see what else is tagged. Yeah. I've played around with that algorithm. I'm not going to lie. It's a little weird situation, but yeah.
To basic academic research in the United States, including critical research on medical devices, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence. What effect does mass censorship of NSF-funded research have on our ability as a country to advance scientific and technological development?
The scientists need to be in charge of the science. I think that's what it comes down to. The idea that we are making decisions about what our research priorities should be by inserting AI to look for keywords. AI can barely handle your airline reservations and get it right, or your searches online. So I think it's a big problem.
Expired.
I thank the gentleman, and I
Yield back. Gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, it's humorous to me. President Trump's been in for 3 weeks. It's about 3 weeks, right? And you all are blaming him for the inflation engine that was created over the last 4 years. Come on. Seriously? Realistically? Come on. But let me get to the real issue here. And the real issue, Mr. Chairman, is the censorship that happened at so many levels of our government, at so many levels of our institution, in our media. It penetrated every single level of our society. Let's just look at a little bit of what this committee did over the last few years. Look at social media. The Biden White House colluded with Facebook to silence American citizens. They censored satire. They censored dissent. They censored facts they didn't like. It was censorship, and this committee exposed it. And now even Mark Zuckerberg has to say, in August 2024, he said he publicly regretted. He apologized for what had happened because of the compliance that they had with the Biden administration that used the executive branch inappropriately. But let's talk about more. Let's talk about education. Let's talk about our students and our professors. And they came before this committee too, and they told us how they were punished for holding conservative views, different views than the mainstream. And it could happen to you all. It could happen to somebody with a progressive view or a liberal view. It just isn't right. Every view should be accepted, tolerated, and encouraged in education. They were disinvited, they were deplatformed, they were chased off of campuses by angry mobs. At the University of Buffalo, conservative students were physically attacked. At Cornell, a student called for stabbing and raping Jewish women while professors continued to push blatant anti-Israel objectives. Mr. Aaron, I never heard you say a word about any of this. At Tulane, Jewish students were beaten in a protest while administrators stood by. And at Berkeley Law, and these are just a few examples, student groups created Jew-free zones, banning anyone who supported Israel from speaking, because that's what it was about. Censorship, because our free speech is the most powerful tool that Americans have. This is all censorship. The committee exposed it. Let's talk about healthcare. Doctors were silenced. Scientists were blacklisted. Intel officers suppressed DOD and FBI findings on the lab leak. Remember the lab leak in Wuhan? Impossible. I said it, man, I was mocked that it really possibly and probably did come from a lab and not from a wet meat market. That was a big joke back then. You were censored. You were censored if you had a different opinion. The CDC and the FDA withheld data on vaccine side effects. It was censorship. And this committee, again, exposed it. The FBI, the Department of Justice, remember that stuff? Spying on conservatives, spying on Catholic churches that were going to, spying on concerned parents and labeling parents who were concerned about their kids and going to school board meetings as domestic terrorists. They were trying to censor them and using FISA, worst of all, to go after millions of Americans inappropriately. It was censorship, and we exposed it. The ultimate censorship, the media, the legacy media, which pretended none of it was happening. Most folks never got to hear about it, didn't even know. There's still a lot of Americans that don't know. It was all censorship. And now I hear the other side lecture us about the abuse of power. Really? Seriously? After what happened after the last 4 years? You gotta be kidding me. It's unbelievable. You know, I was talking to a reporter outside before. They said, you know, what's the one thing you regret? They were doing a little bio on me in your years in politics and government. You know what I regret is that every single American didn't have to sit here in these judiciary meetings and hear what's going on to their country. I wish they knew, and they don't, because the legacy media doesn't let it out, barely covers it, covers a tiny fraction of it. I'm surprised we've survived at all with free speech. Hour after hour, hearing after hearing, case after case. I wish they were here. We fought back. We won for now, but we're in trouble around the world. Our country's in trouble. We still are. We could really be losing our freedom. We could be going into a dark age. Mr. Shellenberger, I have questions for you real quick. I don't have much time. Please, just yes or no. Sorry to do this to you. Has President Trump, to the best of your knowledge, ever pressured Facebook or Twitter to censor true information? Yes or no?
You know, I think you looked into this, right?
I never saw the.
Got to do this quick. I'm running out of time.
We didn't see the request.
Okay. Did President Trump ever, last question, I can't get through them all. I'll ask that they'll be put in the record. Did President Trump ever direct intelligence agencies to work with social media companies to suppress damaging news stories before an election?
Not to my knowledge.
Did President Trump ever label parents as domestic terrorists?
No,
Did President Trump ever spy on Catholic churches?
no,
Did President Trump's DOJ ever pressure big tech to silence political opponents?
not to my knowledge.
Did President Trump have done any of these things? Wouldn't the media say he was abusing power if he had done it?
I'm sorry?
If President Trump had done any of those things, would the media say he abused his power?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I yield back.
I hate to burst y'all's bubble. Do you remember the story when I was tracking down voter fraud? I showed you the Help America vote verification, showed you how it was fraudulent. That Atlantic City councilman that they fucking arrested on voter fraud. Anybody that knows. This one. Craig Calloway. The dude who was going around having people, paying people to pick up ballots that only had signatures, and they would bring them to his crew. His crew would literally fill them out and then pay other people to stuff fucking ballots, thus giving credits to 2,000 mules. Van Drew was a Democrat. He ran as a Republican in 2022. He used Craig Calloway in 2022. A dude who has like a 98% win record. Unfucking heard of kind of situation. Now, like I say in every fucking video I've ever brought this up, in everything you can bring up about this dude has a record going back to 2003 about this shit. Every bit of that along the way. Everything that you find in news articles never mentions 2020. The only thing that mentions his involvement in 2020 is court documents. That's the dude he used in 2022. Y'all like him. I won't trust him. But I will say this. Ladies and gentlemen, my wife is calling me to bed. It is incredibly late. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. We are halfway through this. I'm going to pause it right here, leave it up and running so we can come back and do this again. We will finish it up tomorrow. For right now, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the fuck out of every single one of you. There's a lot more to come with this, and I am incredibly proud of Thomas Massie right now. You're starting. The call is there. Maybe we might see some real accountability. It's looking good. Cash Patel may be the key to it all, but ladies and gentlemen, y'all have a good night. I'll see y'all again tomorrow.
Comes a president. We can't start our own little
I have
business
a
here.
dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the ninth inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, baby, right, that's the thing. Every night, got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, hear them scream, okay, it's a dream. And I pray as a team, one day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the